And we are live with COVID Con and Rock Riddle, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Deadly Ed, you are such an amazing announcer. However, you're not quite good enough to introduce me, so I'll just do it myself. Direct from his palatial estate high in the hills of Hollywood, California, we present to you live and in person the first, the only, the original Mr. Wonderful of professional wrestling, the man who possesses the body that men fear and women love, the intercontinental lover, the Rolls Royce of wrestling, Rock Riddle. Okay, cue the applause.
I could not have done that introduction any justice.
Well, that's the short version because I know I only have a couple of hours here. When I was first approached and I was told there's something called COVID Con and Rock, we want you to star on this, I said, I hope you have enough money because I'm busy. Busy, Rock, they said. You're staying home. You're not doing anything. Yes, I am. I'm writing 2 more books. You know, of course, that I wrote a book that outsold Harry Potter.
I want you to tell us about that.
When Harry Potter was the greatest best-selling book of all time, I wrote a book called Hollywood Success that outsold Harry Potter on Amazon for just over an hour. So that's my claim to fame. So I told these people, when they contacted me, you and your people, I said, you have to come up with a bunch of money. What are you paying all the other wrestlers? And I was told, and I said, they're not worth it. Take that from them. Give them like a thank you very much and a pat on the back. Give all of that money to me. I will come on. You don't need them on the show. It's just like the radio show that I did. And I do a lot of them. But a few years ago, I had not heard of this person. I did not know who he was, but he said through an email, he said, Rock, are there any questions that you would like me to ask you? Anything in particular you would like for this 2-hour radio show, live show that we're doing? My response was, generally, when people have me on the show, a 2-hour live show, they say, Rock Riddle, would you please introduce yourself? And then they don't say anything else. I got it. No, I got an email back from him. He said, Rock, I thank you for your response. And as the host of the show, don't you think I should ask maybe a couple of questions? So he took me seriously. There are other times I'll be doing a show. Oh, I should hide this.
Well, Rock, somebody wants to know where you get your glasses.
Everything I have is custom designed. You cannot go out and buy glasses like this. Actually, these were made for me by a friend. And I believe the name of his company is SPP Eyewear, if I recall correctly. And if that's, you'll never find any like this. But isn't it great? As I look into the camera, as I look at all of the fans out there, you can see the reflection of the lights in here. And you can see Rock Riddle in his infinite glory. What would you like? Do you have questions for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So you were on the Gong Show, right? You were one of the only, I believe, the only wrestler to appear on the Gong Show.
The only professional wrestler to ever do the Gong Show. Chuck Barris had a wonderful sense of humor. He was a wonderful, wonderful man. I was told by a friend, Rock, you should do the Gong Show. My response, the what show? Oh, it's a television show where you do wacky stuff. I said, oh, like sing a song in my Tarzan top wrestling gear, beat up a dummy, elbow drop it, break boards at high points in the song, something like that. Wow, yeah, that would be fantastic. So I did a show for him, and he liked it, and he liked me. He says, Rock, we talked about 15 minutes or so the first time. He says, Rock, you're the first person I've met who totally understands what this show is. I was hired as professional talent. You see, there were amateurs and professional talent on there. So I went back, I did another show for him. I did another show for him. I did another show for him. Every time I was there at his studio, he would come out. It seemed that he always was busy, but he always made time. He sat down with me, and he seemed genuinely interested in me, my career, what I had upcoming, and he would ask me about different things. I got a phone call from his production associate who says, Rock, Chuck Barris said he would like to have you on another one of his shows, a different show. I said, which show? They said, he's doing something called the dating game. I said, I don't want to do the dating game. The response to me was, wait, Rock, you will dress outrageously. You will do these crazy, crazy things where you're doing a straitjacket routine as with a big sombrero as El Magnifico, the great escape artist, where you cannot get out of the straitjacket and you fall down the stairs and you stay there for the rest of the show. You'll do all these things which would normally be really embarrassing for most people, but you don't want to do the dating game? I said, not especially. Well, Chuck would really like you to do it. He asked me specifically to, I said, can I do it in character? Rock, you can do whatever you want. I said, oh, okay. So I did it and I won. And I told the lady, you can go on this great adventure date thing with anyone. You don't want to go with me. I'm pulling out. You choose a person, because let's face it, if you and I were to actually go and we were actually together, that would be, I would be doing you a disservice, because afterward you would never be satisfied by having an ordinary man again. But I got my prizes.
Someone wants to know if you have any good jokes.
Let's see. Most of my jokes are horribly offensive. They are even offensive to me. These are jokes I learned when I was a kid. And we can't, you see, there used to be something wonderful in this country. Do you remember when there was freedom in this country? And there was something that people really liked. And let's see if I can remember. I was born July 12, 1973, so I've been around for a long time, and my memory is still pretty good. Let's see if I can remember. They called it, it doesn't exist anymore. What was it? Oh, yeah, it was called freedom of speech. Remember when there used to be freedom of speech? And there was even freedom of thought at one time. Now we must feel guilty if we have a thought that comes in that doesn't fit what we're supposed to be thinking, comrade.
That was a long time ago. That was before people got involved. Somebody wants to know if you ever saw the Unknown comic without the bag over his head.
Murray Langstrom is his name. He's a wonderful guy, and the answer is yes.
Okay.
Funny man.
So, Rock, how did you get started in the wrestling business?
Wow. Interesting story. When I was 14 years old, I was a very skinny kid. I weighed about 128 pounds. I was very shy. I sat in the back of the classroom, just hoping that no teacher would call on me. I tried to disappear as much as I could. My fear was that someday I would get called on and I would have to say aloud the answer to a question. And I knew my voice wouldn't work if that were the case. But my biggest fear was that if someone called on me and I had to go to the front of the classroom to answer a question, I knew that I would physically die before I got to the front. That's how painfully shy I was. Of course, you can tell I'm still a really shy guy. Some of the kids there were talking about these bad guy wrestlers. I grew up, of course, came from the Pleiades. You know that. You were just saying before we went on the air. Rock Riddle, did you come 444.2 light years from the Pleiades just to join me? I said, no, I've been on your planet for quite a while now. It's sort of a backward planet, but it's interesting. It's good for some laughs every once in a while. They were saying I grew up in North Carolina. So the kids were saying, Rip Hawk and Sweet Hands and them's real dirty wrestlers. I don't think they ought to be allowed to wrestle at all. I'd like to, if I could drive, I'd run over them in a truck. And I wish they'd just kick them out of the state. They are horrible. So what I was hearing was total, not dislike, but hatred for two professional wrestlers, Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen. I had never seen professional wrestling, so the following Saturday, I sat down on my little oriental rug in my living room, and at 11 o'clock Saturday morning, and I watched Charlie Harville, the local big deal newscaster, and damn, well, he was a lot more than that. He was Channel 11. They were doing, as I hit my microphone once again, sorry about that. They were doing live professional wrestling. And there were two people, Johnny Weaver and George Becker, were being interviewed live. No 6-second delay, really live like we're doing right now, which means I can say whatever I want and nobody can stop me. There was someone up there, maybe a 15-year-old girl and a couple of her assistants or associates who were that same age. And she was the president of the George Becker and Johnny Weaver fan club. So she got to, on live television, she got to give a gift to Johnny Weaver and ex-world champion George Becker. I was in awe. I said, that doesn't happen. That's a normal person. Normal people never get on television. She's like, she and those other two, they're like regular people. They presented George Becker and Johnny Weaver with two different things, with a plaque of admiration and also with a big old plastic radio. Rip Hawk, bleached blonde hair, suntan, bigger than life, a personality that just overwhelms and fills up the room. Rip Hawk walked out and he says, "Hey, Weaver, it's a good thing you got a fan club. I'm like really happy. What'd they give you there?" And Johnny Weaver didn't really want to interact with bad guy Rip Hawk. Rip said, "Could I see the gift?" Weaver's very reluctant. Says, "I just like to see what they gave you. I think that's so nice to have a fan club." So very reluctantly, Johnny Weaver hands that big radio to the amazing Rip Hawk. Rip Hawk looks at it momentarily, puts it above his head, smashes it down to the concrete. It breaks into 100 pieces. He stomps it and makes it into more. And there's this melee that happens. And my life began. Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen, through the television, introduced me to my life. They introduced me to professional wrestling. They gave me life. I had nothing until that point. And I thought that was amazing. I said, I'm going to start a fan club. And here's the long version of answering your question. I'm going to start a fan club for Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen, the most hated people on the planet. With my sense of humor, I think that's funny. That would be like a Jewish person, if I were Jewish, starting a fan club for Adolf Hitler, except Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen were more hated. So I started the International Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen Fan Club. The motto, fair, square, modest, and honest. I was at the Greensboro Coliseum. I'm 14 years old. I have my little fan club card out. I'm so proud, and I'm standing with a couple of my little friends, and we're within view of the entrance to the tunnels that go to the dressing rooms at the Greensboro, North Carolina Coliseum, so that we could see the wrestlers come in and out. An announcer came up to me, the local TV announcer, and he says, "What do you have there?" I said, "It's a card." He says, "Could I see it?" I said, "Well, by that time, it's in his hands." He says, "Oh, Rip Hawk, Swede Hansen fan. Hey, I'm going to take this down and show Rip. I'll be right back." Oh, no. I hope Rip Hawk has a sense of humor, this little 128-pound scared, skinny kid said. And I thought, should I run away? Because what if he's mad? What if he doesn't see the humor in this and he doesn't like it because I didn't get his permission to do anything? And then Rip Hawk comes out. Magnificent person. He is the most influential person in my life. And I was able to tell him that and thank him before he left us. He came out and he says, "Hey, kid." I said, "Yes, sir." "This fan club thing." I said, "Yes, sir." "You serious about that?" "Oh, well, because if you're serious, we'll help you. I'll get pictures of Sweden and myself for you. We'll help you with that." I was acknowledged. No one ever acknowledged even my existence, basically. I was the kid who was picked on, and I would avoid the bullies, myself and my other crazy friends who were also picked on. So Rip Hogg paid attention. Let's go forward about maybe a year. Rip Hogg is talking to me again at the Greensboro Coliseum. "Hey, kid." I said, "Yes, sir." A little more confident now because he's sort of like a friend. I had these fantasies that I would have him come to my school and walk in, and I'd walk up to the bullies with Rip Hogg and Swede Hansen behind me. He said, "So, kid, what do you want to do when you grow up?" I said, "Well, I'm really not." "You want to be a wrestler?" I would only have to gain over 100 pounds, especially at that time. I weighed about 130 pounds. He says, "Think you can do it, kid?" I said, "Well, He says, "I think you can do it." Rip Hogg, my #1 hero, one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, just told me he thought I could do it. On my 16th birthday, I said, "Yes, I'm going to be a professional wrestler." People laughed at me. I laughed back. I laughed at them. "Boy, your bone structures are too small. You have to gain 100 pounds of muscle. Ain't going to work. You ought to just quit that old pipe dream stuff. Settle down. Don't be so uppity. Get yourself a job like your daddy. He's been working in the drugstore since he's 14. I mean, sort of soda jerk. He ain't like a pharmacist or nothing. But in another 8 years, he's going to have his house paid for. And I don't know why anybody wanted to leave the county, man. You got everything you want right here." Yes, if I wanted to grow tobacco or make hosiery at Burlington Mills. I laughed at everybody. I think it was about 4 years later, I came back to that hometown, weighing 236 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal with an 18.5-inch arm, naturally. I wrestled. I had been wrestling for a while by that point. I wrestled George Becker, ex-heavyweight champion of the world, in the middle of the ring, basically very near my hometown. I'll tell you how over George Becker was. The joke was there amongst the locals. "You don't know who George Becker is? What's the matter, you boy? You don't go to church on Sunday?" Not that I have anything against the limited mentality of the idiots who tried to stifle me when I was a little kid. So I beat him in the middle of the ring, made the front page of the newspaper. I have lots of stories I can tell you. You keep a track of the time. I will not be doing that. But if you'd like, I'll tell you what happened in the dressing room.
Somebody's saying hello from Pro Wrestling Memories, Danny Damon.
How are you, sir?
And then somebody says hello from Vegas. Hopefully see you at the CAC this September.
Absolutely. You know, I wrestled in Vegas last year. That was, according to some people, that was the high point of the entire 3 days, or 3.5 days. You don't know the story, do you? Well, if you want to
tell the viewers, then I'm sure they would love to hear it.
I have to explain to the viewers. I have 2 monitors here in my studio, and Eddie is on that monitor. So when he talks, I think I need to look at him over there, which is, look at that. It's amazing. I can't stand it. I'm on 2 monitors. I didn't even know I was this good looking. Yes.
You look great.
Hey, don't look bad yourself. I mean, I'm glad that you dressed for this event. We're on Fight Network, and that's 2.2 million people are watching right now, and they're saying, there's Mr. Wonderful, and there's some guy who's interviewing him who has an under, I'm back to looking at you, has Under Armour on his cap.
Yeah.
People ask me, why do you dress in a suit? Because I generally do. And I'll tell you why. And this has nothing to do with you, Eddie. It's just because as I'm looking at myself and seeing my American flag pin with the law enforcement symbol there. And why do I do that? Well, one of the things I do that people don't know about is I help to train law enforcement. Yes, I'm a competitive shooter. I know a lot about that and enough to teach when I feel as though I want to do so. My gosh, Rock, what else do you do? Are you a private pilot? Yes. Grumman American AA-5B, better known as a Grumman Tiger. Grumman 287 or 7. That's my aircraft. Okay, don't look it up. Someone else owns it now. Someone crashed it. They bought the wreckage, rebuilt it. I've avoided going to see them because I know if I do, I want to buy my aircraft and start flying it again. But yes, I'm a private pilot. That makes me know, because according to all aeronautical knowledge, we all know, and all scientific knowledge, we all know that bumblebees cannot fly. The bodies are too big, they're too fat, the wings are too short. If you were to make an exact duplicate and hold it up and turn it on, have a little battery in there, it would go zoom directly into the ground, because it is totally impossible. Sorry. It is totally impossible for bumblebees to fly. Bumblebees don't know they can't fly, so they fly anyway. So whatever you believe you can do, you can do. Oh, I can never make the big time. You're right, you can't, because you just said it. I did. I had top billing over the heavyweight championship of the world. Jack Briscoe versus Ken Mantell. Heavyweight champion, world heavyweight wrestling champion versus the junior heavyweight wrestling champion for the undisputed heavyweight wrestling championship of the world. And that was the semifinal, and I was main event. In my dressing room, and I believe this took place in Mobile, Alabama. In my dressing room, I took a picture of myself. I autographed it. And he's no longer with us, but one of the best. Oh my gosh, he was so good. I said, to little Jackie Briscoe, hang in there, kid. You'll make it someday. You'll be main event just like your hero, Rock, Mr. Wonderful Riddle. I gave that to the referee to take to the other side of the Coliseum, to the other dressing room, to give to Jack Briscoe. And I was told, as of about 8 or 10 years ago, maybe longer than that, but someone who had visited Jack before he passed away said that that picture was still in his home. He still had that picture on the wall. That was just so cool. Oh, so amazingly wonderful. Yeah.
That's great. That's a great story.
How many more times would you like me to hit the microphone? Boom, 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 boom. It's just so exciting to talk to these 2.2 million people.
Somebody's,
oh yes, go ahead.
We have somebody said that it was definitely a high point of the wrestling show was you being busted wide open.
Well, that's true. It only happened like 7 seconds into the match, and the match was supposed to be Rock Riddle versus B. Brian Blair. But Brian Blair, and I had a contract, State of Nevada Athletic Commission, legitimate contract. Myself and my my wonderful attorney had gone over this. I like the fact that he hates people, my attorney. And he tells the judge, but Your Honor, you said we should do this. And the judge said, did I say that? He says, yes, ma'am, you did. She says, well, I guess that's true. And I asked him, she never said that. He says, yeah, but she doesn't remember. And we just got away with it. I said, oh my gosh, I'm associated with an attorney on that level. He says, I'm much more ethical than most, Rock. Anyway, so he had signed the contract. The contract had a clause in it. It said if either of the participants were unable to compete, they had a doctor's note written on official stationery from a legitimate doctor of merit that they could, under those conditions, appoint someone else to take their place in the match. He had that note. And it was a legitimate note. And of course, as you know, B. Brian Blair had surgery afterward. And so he was really messed up, apparently. So he said that he had someone who was going to wrestle in his place. And then the music hit. And I heard a school bell. And I think I turned a little white because I knew who was coming out when I heard that song, when I heard that theme. And now I have to think of his name. Oh my gosh, who's the teacher? WWE. Stryker, Matt Stryker. Thank you for helping me with that, Eddie. So Matt Stryker came out, and I was in awe because I've known him for a while. He's a consummate professional wrestler. And I had the microphone and I said, I can't wrestle you. You're my hero. I'm a fan of yours. You're one of the best there is. So knowing B. Brian Blair is a politician, I continued, we know how honest politicians are. So I'll tell you what, I anticipated that this coward B. Brian Blair, as they held him back, you coward, I anticipated you might try to weasel out. So guess what? I have an alternate. I have someone who will be wrestling in my place instead. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I stand corrected. Okay, all of you out there, here he is. The amazing, and his music hits, the amazing Anthony Idol. Anthony Idol, about 6'3", 6'4", big muscular guy, amazing wrestler, wonderful charisma. Why he's not making tons of money in a major organization is beyond me. So he comes out, he gets in the ring, I leave. Someone's on the microphone again. It must be a commissioner along with the referee. And they said, this is fine, Rock, but we need to see the doctor's note according to the contract that you and your attorney wrote. We need to see the letter from the doctor saying that you're not cleared to wrestle. And if you don't have that, get in the ring. It's you and Matt Stryker. First thing that happened is I think I would for a schoolboy, something like that, or to go over his arm. I don't remember what it is. And I think a knee caught me. Boom. Busted open right there. Right there. See? You can see the little scar.
We see. Well, listen, Rock, we're coming up on the time here. What do you got going? What do you have coming up? Where can the fans see you next? Anything that you're working on that you want to tell the fans about?
All right. Why don't we talk about my book? I have a book coming up. And in fact, if you go to rockriddle.info, you can see that. Let me see if I can show it on the screen real quickly. And it should be out in September. Rockriddle.info. There we are. I have to get you off the screen for a moment so that I can. Okay. There we are.
Yep. There we are. We see it.
Simply Wonderful. The Choice. Okay. Serial killer, suicide, or legend. Rock Riddle, 800+ page book, etc. Oh my goodness! And there's me down in the bottom of the screen. Let me come back here like this. Get this off of this screen. See you again to say goodbye. I don't see you, but I'm sure you're there somewhere. There we are. So that's about it. I will be at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion, and I very much suggest that all of you do that also. Terry Funk, I believe, is going to be there. Terry Funk is scheduled to be there. I just saw Terry. I've got a video on my site about Terry and I talking. That was about 2 or 3 months ago, just before we were locked in place. We won't say anything. Look in my eyes. You can tell what I'm thinking. But like, here's an opportunity to see Terry Funk in person. Stone Cold Steve Austin, JR, so many different people. And some of you will say, well, gee, we were locked out and I didn't have a job anymore. And I don't really have the money to go. I'll meet Terry in person and say thank you and let him know what a difference he made in my life when I was growing up, maybe next year. I hope to God you have that opportunity, and he's still with us next year.
I hope so
But
too.
look at the people who were not there last year. Yes, sir.
So we can get your book at rockriddle.info.
No, it's not coming out until September.
Till September. Okay.
And nobody's and you can only buy it if I say you can. How's that? Because I don't need the money.
Right.
I mean, I should donate all the money you paid me to be on this show to some charity. I will donate it to the Rock Riddle Benevolent Fund.
All right.
Take a look at my video online of Rock Riddle and the Rock Riddle Benevolent Fund. I think you can probably find it. Yes.
Okay.
Eddie,
Rock, will you come back around 8:30? We're going to have a free for all with everyone on the screen at one time.
Well, why would anyone want to see other people on the screen with me?
Well, maybe you want to catch up with some of the guys.
They would say, look at that incredibly handsome Rock Riddle. And why do they have people next to him? Get them out of the way. 8:30.
All right, Rock. All right.
5:30 real time.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
All right. Take care. All right. We're bringing.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for coming to COVID Con.
Hey, no problem, buddy. Did Kevin call in yet? Get in yet?
Yeah. Let me bring him on as well. You want me to bring him on while you're on?
Yeah, absolutely. We're together on this.
All right. There we go. We have Kevin Sullivan, everybody. Live on COVID Con. There we go.
Your head looks huge, Kevin.
Hold on, we're having audio.
Kev, turn your audio button on. I think he's looking for his audio button. You don't know what it was like trying to get him on here. There's Linda. Hi, Linda.
All right, we're experiencing some technical difficulties.
I don't know what happened. What happened over there? Something happened.
Nope.
You lost me for a second. I'm there. I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Are you're on on the phone, right? You're on the phone too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're coming in fine.
Kevin, you can't hear him? Still can't hear him.
Not yet, nope.
We can't hear you. Got to turn up your volume, maybe. I still can't hear you. Maybe he's going to redo it, put it back on again.
Yeah, maybe he should back out and then come back in.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll do that.
And he can come back in.
Yeah, me and Kevin, we're doing a tour of Havana. It was supposed to be April 18th. So
okay.
We're running the first wrestling tour in Cuba. I can't get my phone. I don't know why, but it just there. Is that better? That's a lot better. I couldn't get my phone to balance out.
Let's see if he wants to come back in now.
Yeah, he's coming in.
So you guys were doing you guys were going to be in Havana? That's pretty interesting.
Havana, Cuba, the first wrestling tour in 65 years. We're locked in. We had a bunch of sponsors, Walmart, Coca-Cola. Kev, you got it?
No.
Okay. We're having some audio things over here. It's not coming up, Kev. We can't hear you, buddy.
No.
It should say allow camera and mic access. Allow camera and mic access. It should say something along that. Or it should say audio on the bottom of your phone. Look for the audio switch on the bottom of the phone, of the screen. Audio switch. It should say video audio on the bottom. I don't think it's working.
Does he have headphones? Maybe you can plug in some headphones, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe that would work.
Headphones, Linda, headphones. You got headphones? Headphones.
I mean, hey, when you're in quarantine, things happen, right?
I know, right?
I mean, that's why it's called COVID Con.
What? I'm trying to read his lips.
Hold on. Let's see. He muted it.
Yeah,
Unmute your mic.
Maybe write it down. So can he hear us or no?
You
should be able to hear us.
Can you hear us?
Unmute your mic. You should say an audio button. You have to click on it. Who cares with a string? Kev, you got to unmute your microphone.
No, honestly, it's a phone. It's more of a phone issue.
Yeah,
I've had issues trying to get on Zoom with the
Zoom. It does it. Zoom. It kept putting a background of the Golden Gate Bridge behind me when I'm in New York on the East Coast. So I was having trouble with that. But I don't know if Kevin can hear me. Well, there's Linda trying to get it through. There you go.
We got it?
I think so. Kev. No sound. Maybe he's got to turn up the volume. I don't know how to do it.
Maybe close it out and then restart it.
Close it out and restart it again. See what it says.
Or close out, restart it. Hold on, I'm gonna remove him from the stream, and then maybe he's on Bluetooth. I wonder if that's what. Maybe he's on Bluetooth.
Ask him when he comes back. But April 18th, we were supposed to do the Rumble in Havana, Classic Championship Wrestling. We put together an event. Like we had Walmart and Coca-Cola. We had Red Bull, but we lost Red Bull as a sponsor. We had a bunch of sponsors trying to come in on it, and we put together a great card. Sonny Ono was involved with Kaz Hayashi from Japan. Road Warrior Animal, Joe Laurinaitis, he was with us on it. He was actually going to be managing and one of the teams on the show. Myself, Mustang Mike Beadle from Louisiana. Here he is. Here's Kevin. Rodney Mack and I were going to tag. We're doing a tag match. The Dirty Blondes from Florida. Great tag team from Florida if you've never seen them. Kevin, obviously, myself, Tokyo Monster, and Rodney Mack as the Dungeon of Doom. I can't even begin to tell you. The list goes on. Alex Porto, who's going to be on here later, he was on the card. God, the list goes on. I can't even. I don't have the poster in front of me, but it was.
How long were you guys going to be over there for?
We're going to be there for 4 days, and it was going to be one show. We're going to have one show, one event. And originally we were going to be down there. April 18th, we were going to have 7 matches. The Cuban government cut us down to 4. They wanted us to have like a pre-show, a preliminary show, and the main show to be in July. So right as of now, the July-August show is still on, but Cuba's shut down like everywhere else, so it's not going to happen. We're looking at the fall right now. So
yeah.
But we called it the Rumble in Havana, Classic Championship Wrestling, and it's going to be a hell of the first time in 65 years you have pro wrestling coming into Cuba. So my dog is like chewing on my leg over here. So
what was that? What was that like trying to set that up?
A nightmare. Yeah.
Okay.
Myself and Kevin were in the process of doing this for over 2 years already, and we finally got the ball rolling. We were all ready for April 18th, and the shutdown and we got locked down, and then I got a call. We thought we'd still be able to go because we didn't think Cuba got hit, but
right,
that was kind of were blindsided by the fact that Cuba was hit because of the cruise ships that come in. Their primary industry is tourism, so a lot of the cruise ships that came in there were from Japan, were from Italy, from Canada, China, and it was just hard, I mean, it was hard at that point. We were hearing they were having flare-ups over there, and it's a socialist country or a communist country, if you want to call it socialism, at its best or its worst, and their healthcare system isn't exactly up to snuff. So they shut down all cruise ships coming in the country. they shut down everything. All their economy basically was stalled. No different than ours, but tourism was halted to Cuba, and they were effectively on lockdown. So like everywhere else. So yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, really, if you think of it.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's a country that depended on tourism as this sole source of income. You know, I mean, everything else they generate on their own. They generate or they get it in from like South America. They'll get a lot of their stuff imported in from France, from Canada, but nothing really comes in. You can't get anything from the United States. So,
so what is your opinion about wrestling in front with no fans? What do you think about that?
Do you know what? My opinion is it's great that the guys have a venue to go out and do things. I mean, I respect that because they're in there doing what they got to do, and they're making money as long as they're in a safe environment and nobody's getting the virus and getting sick. That's all great and well, you know. I mean, I wish them the best, and it was hard. WrestleMania, I think it translated well. I think it was cool. It was different. Yeah. It was something different. I mean, folks are bashing the WWE, saying that WWE is not what it used to be. It's not what AEW. Well, they have other wrestlers as the audience, and that translated really well.
Yep.
AEW impressed the hell out of me with that. So, I mean, you had at least some sound effects in the background, you know? I mean, somebody in the background. So, tell us about my commercials. How did I get into commercials? Well, I got into the movie The Wrestler, and as you know, that's been my trump card for a while. You know, co-star of the movie The Wrestler, you know? I worked that angle for a number of years, you know, and it actually, a lot of the boys were kind of bitter because a lot of people were in The Wrestler, but a lot of people didn't audition. I auditioned as an actor for it. Darren Aronofsky and Evan Ginsberg, one of the producers of it, they saw me wrestle. And Evan knew who I was already. And they brought Darren to a show. And here I was chasing people up to the front row of the bleachers, chasing them all the way up, swinging a 16-foot chain. And Darren said he wanted me to audition for the show. So I came in with a bunch of other guys. I know Necro Butcher was there. Trying to think who else was there. A lot of people were all auditioning, asked to audition. We weren't there as extras because Pops, AFA, and WXW had the training facility that was training Mickey, and they were using their shows and other shows as a platform to get the wrestling filmed in a live atmosphere. So, but I was actually asked. I went, I auditioned, I read my lines originally as Lex Lethal, the big steroid head that got busted in legit life. I originally auditioned for that role, but I played myself essentially in it. One of my students, my good friend Paul Enormous, who was in and out of OVW, he was the big guy, jacked up guy with the tattoos behind me, passed away in 2000 and I want to say 2008 or 2008, right before the movie came out. So, but I got my Screen Actors Guild card from that, and I wound up auditioning for. I got a great agent, a great team. I call them Team Anderson. Mike and Kelly, my management team, and they basically got me on the hustle. They sent me out for Skittles. I got Skittles. Then they sent me out for Doritos. I got Doritos. Then they sent me out for Cold Crisp Pharmaceuticals and all these other print ads. And the Skittles was originally a print ad that I was supposed to be in Times Square, which it was. But all of a sudden, I found out that they said, you know, we decided to change the print ad and go to a different aspect. We're also going to film a web video, which doesn't pay royalties, and a TV commercial, which paid royalties. You know, you see all the Skittles commercials. Don't fart the rainbow. Don't taste the rainbow. You know, whatever. You know. So mine was don't suplex the rainbow, taste the rainbow. I want to do. Yeah, Kevin, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Ah, look at the size of your head. It did get big. Linda, you're right. His head did get big.
Actually, I have to stop because when I grew up, I was just like you, Andrew.
What'd you do? Stick an air hose to your ass and blow up your head?
I did something, but
you look good, Papa.
Hey, it's great that you're doing this. I mean,
I know it's good stuff, man.
It really is super. You do this, and it's absolutely great. And the thing is, you're probably saving a lot of lives tonight. You know what I mean?
By keeping people indoors, right?
By people indoors, at least separate them from room to room, right? And you had Rock on earlier, right? Rock is one of the unknown characters in our business. Do you know much about Rock?
Rock's a weirdo.
You don't know much about Andrew?
Yes, I know a lot about Rock. I watched Rock for a number of years. I met him at the Cauliflower Alley, and then I started to research who he was. And he's done a lot for the business.
Yeah,
he's been around for a long time.
Yes, he's a huge star in LA on the Gong Show.
I remember that with Chuck Barris.
Yeah, he was like a more than a semi-regular. He was like every week with some kind of gimmick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, he's been around a long time. He carries himself well. And I hadn't seen Mark for a while. And I think the last time Colorado, and it's good to see that you had him on.
He's a good dude. I see him every year at the CAC. We saw him last year, remember?
Yeah.
When I got my award last year.
Yeah.
So, where were we before? We continued on what? We were talking about the Skittles.
The wrestler.
Yeah, the wrestler. So I went and got the Skittles commercial, the Doritos commercial, and everything else. Everything followed in suit. I did a couple of small indie movies, independent movies. But now I'm working on a movie called Blade and Blood with a director, J.D. Glasscock out of Los Angeles. He's got a great cast. We're going to be filming in North Texas. It's a major budget film. It's a futuristic Western, I like to call it. And it's pretty cool. So amongst other things that are on the road, right I want to get my ass back on the road, obviously. Yeah. Kevin and I had a lot of plans with Cuba, right, Kev?
I mean, I've lived in islands my whole life. I'm living on an island now. I lived in which is an island. I lived in Hawaii. I lived in the Bahamas, and I had been to Cuba before we could go. If you were fishing, you could leave the boat. It was an Ernest Hemingway tournament. You could go fishing. But I was really looking forward to going because probably 10 years, 15 years now, all those old cars will be gone. They'll have renovated the old architect buildings that come from, when they were taken over from Spain. I really wanted to go there. And I think the last time they had wrestling was from Florida. I think that was 1958.
1958. Yep, the last time they had wrestling there. So Kev and I worked hard on this. We were both wheeling and dealing. Kev, we've been doing this for 2 years, right?
Yeah, and Andrew was the one. I came in late. Andrew was the one. One thing about Andrew, you can't judge a book by its cover. He's very smart guy, and he has a lot of good friends in high places, which is very good. And he's doing a thing with East Philly now, and another friend of ours. I'm remiss for not saying hello to Craig Massey.
Yeah, Craig Massey right now. Yeah, hello, Craig. I hope you're watching, buddy.
Craig is a good friend. He's in business with Michael Bay, so that helps Andrew's acting career. So I thought if we went to Cuba, it'd be such a great thing, to see it, because the world's shrinking, as we know, and we become so sanitized. And so it's just that you don't know if you're elected in Kentucky or elected in Massachusetts when you And
so did you have to negotiate? Did you have to get permission from any government?
Yes. I was actually in and out, and Mike Frazee, one of my partners in this with Kevin, Mike Frazee and I were in and out of the American embassy in Washington, the consulate, right?
Yeah.
We had to go to the consulate in Washington, D.C. We had to pull permits. We had to get permission. First, we had to get permission from the Cuban government. Okay. We had the green light from the Cuban government. All of a sudden, we had the green light from the United States Embassy, when all of a sudden we get, as a matter of fact, it happened when we were in Cauliflower Alley. Remember, Kevin?
Yeah.
We got off the plane last year and they said Trump put a travel ban. The year before that, I got off the plane and I was a franchise owner for the NWA, which is why I'm wondering what's going to happen at this point when I get in this Cauliflower Alley meeting. Every time, the last 2 years ago, I got off the plane and I was a franchise owner for the National Wrestling Alliance and with Bruce Tharp. And I got told that Bruce Tharp sold the business to Billy Corgan. And I have to now, all my shows are now under the auspices of the new NWA. So that was a little monkey wrench in my plans at that time. Every business went ahead as planned, but now we get off the plane. Kevin and I both meet up. Kevin flew in from Seattle. I flew in from New York. We get to the CAC, and Jim Ross is emceeing and Kevin's presenting me with my men's wrestling award for 2018, and I get a call saying that Donald Trump put a travel ban on all commercial, educational, and recreational travel into Havana, into Cuba. And so now I'm thinking, what the freak am I going to do? Now I'm like, what the hell? I got this far. You know what, Eddie? I got this far. Kevin and then I got Kevin on board a year and a half ago, and me and him both got this far. We get our partner, Craig Massey, involved, and we just on the verge of announcing the dates, and we had to postpone it all. Right, Kev?
Yeah, and the other thing will happen, and you'll get a kick of this. Hooked up with the United States Bicycle Association. So we're under the auspices of professional sports. Well, wrestling was prearranged.
Yeah.
When they found that, that's a monkey wrench in it.
Yeah.
They got mad at because the school association was going to start their tour in Cuba all the way to South America. When they found out that it was arranged, it gave us a problem because the Cuban government didn't know what to do with it. They were going to have, they were trying to get to Floyd Stevenson, greatest boxer of all times, 4-time heavyweight gold medal champion, and
they had some amazing minor league ball players there too.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I mean, Cespedes come from there. I mean, when they saw that, they make kids, but they were going to go a lot ahead to do it, and we got the block where you couldn't go educational sports, rearranged sport, whatever you want to call wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I think is crazy, every other country in the world has been doing this. This blockade, you guys are too young. The blockade started the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we've had this blockade, but the rest of the world deals with Cuba. Spain, Canada, the tourist spot for a lot of countries.
Mm-hmm.
It's a political hotbed because most Hispanic Americans vote Democrat. Cubans vote Republican 95%.
95%, yep.
Because of the embargo of Cuba, because you got to realize my brother's grandfather is Cuban exile who came to the United States when he was 11 years old, when they had the Peter Pan, who called the Peter Pan children, that the kids had there first. So they're really against.
All right, Kevin, you keep breaking up, so I think we're gonna have to just mute the mic for now.
Okay.
Oh, just stay there, Cap. Don't go anywhere yet.
Yeah.
So now what happened was that we had the difficulty. Now we had to go through a couple of loopholes, as Kevin said. That now all of a sudden the United States consulate told the Cuban government that wrestling is predetermined. It's not a real sport, and we can't be involved in the sports festival that's coming down. So there, like the old saying, only Nixon could go to Cuba. Only Nixon could go to China. Only Anderson could go to Cuba. That's what I came up with. So I went through the loopholes, and I wound up getting myself attached to the Olympic cycling team. So as the entertainment for the Olympic cycling team, the American-Cuban Olympic cycling team. So now we're back in wrestling. April 18th was the date, and what hits us? The coronavirus.
So who makes that call to you guys?
It was the United States Embassy.
Oh, okay.
It was the United States Embassy. We had the permission for that. We have full throttle, full go ahead from the Cuban government. We had everything, lock, stock, and barrel, and still we're the only wrestling company right now that is going to be in Cuba at the time. So as soon as the COVID-19 nightmare breaks, you know, we'll be there in Cuba wrestling, doing our show, doing our thing. It's, you know, we went through some logistical things like getting a ring in Cuba. We could only wrestle in boxing rings, so we have to ship a ring to Cuba. The ring is there waiting for us, so we have everything set for us. I mean, everything is just set, and it's just a matter of getting everything down. And you know, it's what you got to understand. Kevin Sullivan partnering with Kevin in this was a brilliant strategic move. You're talking about the man who orchestrated the Monday Night Wars.
Yep.
Okay. You're talking about a man who has booked for every major Florida Championship Wrestling. He booked for NWA. He booked for WCW. He worked. I mean, he worked with what's his name up in Boston, the Boston Bad Boy, Tony Rumble for years. Worked and guided Tony Rumble when he was with WCW. He was guiding Tony Rumble up in Massachusetts. A lot of people didn't know that. You know, so now you have, and Kevin was also one of the guys who was guiding me when I was running my NWA shows, which is why I had great turnouts. So, you know, out of all the affiliates, we had some really pretty decent good shows, stacked cards and everything. So it was a lot of it is Kevin. Kevin has been a major influence on my career, and I thank him. You know, I always say I have three papas in the business, three dads in the wrestling business, my three fathers. Number one is Jimmy Superfly Snuka, God rest his soul, who trained me and brought me into the business. And I always call him Pops, like the Samoans we always call him Pops. And then
what was that like?
Oh, it was unbelievable. It was, you know what? You got these kids doing all these high spots now, going strong style. Their careers ain't going to last 5 years. You got Jimmy Snuka, who lasted how many years, was wrestling till he was 73 years old. He had one of his last matches in a tag match with Frankie Flo against me and Jason Knight, one of the ECW originals. Great guy, by the way. Hello, Jason, if you're out there, we miss you. One of his last matches against us before he won, getting stomach cancer and getting ill. Jimmy, he didn't even touch you. It was like a feather. And you know what? He was one of the toughest guys on the freaking planet. The whole murder thing, it is what it is. I'm not going to speculate either or. But you know what? It is what it is. You know, I mean, he was a great trainer, great friend. He was like a father to me, and I loved him. And him and another guy, Jeff Miller, the Metal Maniac, Gino, Mr. Italy Caruso, Rocky Jones, who used to wrestle for WWE as Mike Masters, and up in Portland as Mike Masters, and Jerry Fazio, the Executioner. Those are some of the guys that broke me into the business and trained me. And then later on, learned how to make money through teaming with Greg the Hammer Valentine. I learned how to save money by teaming with Nikolai Volkov as my first tag team partner. Nobody was tighter than Nikolai, God rest his soul. You know, and Greg took me on the road, and for years we did the father and son gimmick, playing it off as father and son, and you know, working with each other, and you know, being on the road with Greg and Beefcake, and you know, it was a good time. You know, and I'm still tight with Greg. And then Kevin, for years, you know, he brought me down, tried to get me booked in WCW, tried to work with me in the power plant, bring me down, do things with me, trying to get me, you know, it just never worked out. You know, he always said it was a matter of timing. I was in the wrong place, the wrong time, or one thing or another. And I never really got a chance to really do much anywhere, you know, for either WCW or WWE at all, you know what I'm saying? But it was fun because I always had him in my corner, and he always wanted to do something with me. And then later on in the twilight of my career, here I am with Kevin, and we're knocking it out of the ballpark with different shows and coming conventions and doing things like that. It was just a really good time.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I'll tell you what, I'm sure that the people over in Cuba are probably super pumped to have you guys come over there.
Oh, listen, it was a good time. We were looking forward. I mean, we can't charge. There's no money to be made there. You can't charge the people. We had all sponsor money. You can't make money. That's why nobody's touched Cuba. You know what I'm saying? You can't make money. The people make what, equivalent to 25 cents a day of American money. You know what I'm saying? That's their pay. They make like no money. So it was entertainment for them. You know, we also got around one of the main things was the Cuban government doesn't allow Cuban people to amass in one place at one time, to assemble. So you'd watch Cuban minor league ball games or Cuban baseball games, and there'll be 20, 30 people, Cubans in the audience. Everything else would be foreigners and people coming in from tourism, because it's a socialist government. We want to actually working through the loopholes. A lot of people were coming in to fill the seats. They were charging the people, but we weren't making money. The Cuban government makes the money off the ticket sales. So it was going to be, but it's still the bottom line was this: we brought wrestling into Cuba, and we will bring wrestling to Cuba. And 2020, we will be there, even if it winds up coming in January or February of 2021. Bottom line is we will be there. Depending on what the lockdown, how long, and how the severity of the virus in Cuba and the impact. That's what we're waiting on. And I just want to tell everybody out there at home, just be safe. You know what I'm saying? Wear a mask. People don't want to wear a mask. I wear a mask. I work for a company called SWE Fury out of Texas. And the one thing we did that a lot of other companies didn't do, we cut a public service announcement. James Beard, Tim Storm's the heavyweight champion, Tom Lance, and a couple other guys are running it. Great company to work for. A good time with them. We cut some public service announcements and for the coronavirus early on in the thing. And that was a really cool thing to do, and a great company to work for. Bunch of other companies I'm working out there, like East Coast Pro Wrestling, been with them forever. On NEW out of New York, New Evolution Wrestling, another new company. My manager John Wall up there in New York, Mr. Big, love him. Giving a shout out to him, and Kenny Casanova, who's doing my book. So the Andrew Anderson Chronicles of the Reinforcer, man. We
got 2 quick questions before we get out of here. What was it like working on Gotham?
Gotham was a pisser, man. Gotham was a pisser. But I'll say this, and I'll say it in my book. I swear to God, Eddie, it took at least a year off my life, or at least
Really?
2 years off my wrestling career. I did all my own stunts. I landed on the concrete, took about 50 bumps on the concrete, got grandfathered into the stuntman union, but it took 50 years off my career, bumping with no mats, with just a leather biker jacket on the concrete 50 times. Every time I got shot, jump in the air, take a back bump. And what shot did they use? They used the 50-second shot. The only 2 shots they took of me bumping sideways into an old Cadillac and sliding down and dying.
Wow, that's unbelievable. And then somebody wants to know, who were your idols growing up?
My idols, well, Jimmy Snuka was one of them. When he walked into the bar, that was in. He said, "I want to talk to you, brother." And I was bouncing, and I was with Jimmy. I could do the whole Jimmy thing. I could do a perfect impression. When you're around him so long, Jimmy was one of my idols growing up. Ric Flair, everybody's idol. You know what I'm saying? Ric Flair, everybody wants to be Flair. Everybody wanted to be Flair or Hogan. I wanted to be Flair. I loved Ric Flair. Superstar Billy Graham. I loved Superstar. I even loved the bald-headed Superstar who came in doing the martial arts gimmick to the tie-dye, return of the tie-dye with the bald head. I love Billy Graham. Billy Graham, nobody could talk. He was a man way ahead of his time. Kevin Sullivan, the whole Dungeon of Doom, loved them. They were phenomenal. But my all-time favorite wrestler as a child growing up, who I worshipped the ground he walked on, was Don Morocco. He could talk. He could walk. He can do anything you want. He could, big man, great guy in the ring.
All right. Well, listen. When can we expect your book out? Do you have any?
You got to ask Kenny on that one. I got everything worked out. Kenny's got to.
All right. Well,
Kenny's got to do the continuity on it.
You got the book coming out. You got the tour in Cuba, and we're happy that you're able to join us tonight for COVID Con.
Absolutely, buddy. Listen, I'll be there at 8:30. See you guys.
All right,
Me
cool.
and Kevin. I'm gonna try to get him to work out the kinks.
All right. All right. We'll see you in a minute.
Eddie, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And we welcome Tim Corvick. Tim, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And we can hear you.
Great. This is the first time I've ever done a live feed, so I would said I might need instructions. I don't know what I'm doing here, but yeah, no problem.
Well, thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming on and agreeing to come on and talk about what what you have going on right now.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was originally booked for tomorrow night, and
Yep.
I jokingly told John, I said, "Well, I feel really insulted. I got bumped by Bill Apter. You put him in my spot." But no, but Bill's a good guy. I love him, and I appreciate you guys putting me on tonight.
Okay, great. And so, just so I know, you wrote The Pioneers of Professional Wrestling, correct?
Yeah, the book about the very first professional wrestlers, pre-20th century, all 1800s stuff.
Okay, so how did you go about doing the research for that? Having, I mean, a lot.
Well, I've been a wrestling fan my entire life, and I've worked in the business off and on for a number of years, so I've always been connected in one way or another. But I've always been fascinated by American history, and for whatever unknown reasons, I've always kind of focused on American history in the 1800s. And several years ago, I was reading some totally unrelated article about what was going on in some part of America in the 1870s or whatever, but it mentioned a famous wrestling match. I think it was William Muldoon and somebody else, but when it mentioned a professional wrestling match back in the 1870s, I thought, wait a minute, all the research that I've ever done on the history of pro wrestling, it goes back to like the early 1900s. I didn't know there was anything going on in the 1800s. So that got my curiosity going, and then I spent several hours a night over the next several months researching, and just every name that I could find of a professional wrestler in the 1800s, I researched it, and I enjoy kind of putting together little historic files just for my own use and so forth in my computer.
Yeah.
There's music history or whatever, and then if there's somebody that I know that's interested in that stuff, I'll send them the files that I have. So that was my intention, was just to make a little file. But by the time I was done, I realized, I said, I've got a book here, and it covers an era of professional wrestling that's never been covered before. I'm sure there's a lot of people who, like myself, would think like, whoa, I didn't know it went back that far. So that.
So what is that? What is that process like? I mean, are you able to reach out to family members, maybe like generations from back then, or?
No, I did make some contact with some other historians that really helped. Directed me to certain sources and stuff like that, and so yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. So yeah, just as I got into it, and I started finding out names and other authors who have done stuff of early wrestling history and things like that. So yeah, I'd occasionally reach out, and some people were easier to find than others, but I eventually got in touch with some good people, some historians who gave me some good information.
And so how was it different, back then compared to what we saw in the 80s, what we saw today? What was the major difference?
Oh man, like night and day. Well, I think one major difference is what made them professional. They did get paid to wrestle. However, they weren't under any contracts, or they were not guaranteed any gates or anything like that. It was all done purely on betting, and the wrestlers would bet with their opponents and with the fans, and the young upstarts, there was, if they weren't successful, you've probably heard that old phrase, back to the coal mines for you. Well, back in those days, that was meant in a literal sense, and but no, those who were on top of the game, though, they had backers, so they'd get guarantees, whether they, depending on if they won or lost, but they'd get something either way. But no, most of them, though, they just made what they earned if they won on their bets, and so that's what professional. So,
all right, what were some of the guys that we should be talking about?
Oh, the big names,
the major stars from back then.
Yeah, there was Farmer Burns, who in his later years went on to train all the greats from the early 20th century, Frank Gotch and all those guys, and he had a book and a health club and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of the old wrestlers from back in the day highly praised him. And William Muldoon, he was the Greco-Roman champion. He dominated that for probably about 15 years or so. And then he went on to, when he retired from wrestling, he became the first chairman of the New York Athletic Commission, and ran that for a number of years. And so he was like a mainstay, a top sports figure in New York for like over 50 years. And there was probably one of the most hated wrestlers back in the day was a guy known as Strangler Lewis, which a lot of historians get confused for the Strangler Lewis in the early 20th century, who was a part of the Gold Dust Trio. But the 20th century Strangler Lewis was actually named after the first one, who a reporter had seen a resemblance in him. But Strangler Lewis, a master of the chokehold, he nearly killed some of his opponents. He was known for dirty tactics. He was like the first heel, it sounded like, because kind of like, Roddy Piper and some of these other guys who claim that, the people paid money to see him get his ass kicked, and people paid money to see him get beaten. After he'd win his matches through his dirty foul tactics, the fans would be pelting him with vegetables and stuff, and he'd just gracefully take his bows and soak it all in like it was a compliment to him or something. That's what he thrived for. So he's probably the most controversial wrestler. And just a lot of them that I cover in my book such unique histories and things about them, you know.
So do you go far enough back to, I mean, you know, how it all started? Like, what was the first wrestling match, and you know, how did that whole thing start?
Really, of course, we all know that wrestling started in the carnivals. Now, French started that, I think, back in the early 1830s is when they first started doing carnival athletic shows that included wrestling and stuff like that. And but as far as where I think in America where it really popularized, you got to remember back at this time in American history, this is like you know, early 1860s, the Industrial Revolution, all that, and we had a lot of people, immigrants who came from a lot of different countries, and especially a lot of the European countries, and each of them where they came from had different wrestling styles, you know. And so I've always credited the campaign of Abraham Lincoln for president in 1860 as what really kind of got it popular in America, because as he was on the campaign trail, in those days it was very important for a campaigner to be a man of bravery. You know, if someone's going to run the country, they got to be a man of stature and who can handle himself. And so while Abe was out on the campaign trail, all of his supporters would often talk about his days as a wrestler when he was a young attorney in Illinois, and now he beat the crap out of the toughest men around. You know, and being such a big guy, you know, he was like 6'4" at a time when the average height was like 5'8", you know, so he was like a giant. So people who wanted to make a name of himself, they challenged him, and but only once. And so I don't think it's any coincidence that the earliest newspaper coverage that I began to find was around that time, around early 1860s, you know. So I think Abe Lincoln's campaign had a lot to do with that. So, but yeah, it started off, you know, in the Civil War camps and stuff. The first professional wrestling, there's different styles of it, and the one that was first became popular in the Civil War camps was a style known as collar and elbow, which was something that the Irish introduced. And collar and elbow, they would wear harnesses and they'd lock up, and it was all about trying to throw the opponent down on the ground. And even if you'll notice today, even in today's wrestling, a lot of times when a match begins, when they first lock up, what do? They grab the collar and elbow, you know? So it's kind of still there in some ways, but that eventually kind of phased out. And some of the Europeans brought in the Greco-Roman style, which was all from the waist up. You know, you couldn't grab any legs or anything like that. It was all waist up. And those matches could get really brutal because they would do headbutting and stuff like that, you know, and Greco-Roman matches were known to go on for hours at a time sometimes. And but then from a lot of the different European, Lancashire and Cromwell and all these places, it was kind of a conglomeration mixed together. It became known as catch as catch can, which is predominantly what you see in professional wrestling and MMA today. And catch is catch can, catch meaning grab. So it means to grab anywhere you can. So full body, upper body, lower body, anywhere. And some people have referred to it as freestyle because, you know, it's kind of like the rules are, there are no rules in a lot of ways. So that's the catch style is what really, I mean, throughout since the early 1900s, the Olympics, they do have Greco-Roman and freestyle. And but yeah, it's that freestyle catch as catch can is what you'll see the most of in today's wrestling and MMA.
Interesting. Let's see. Nathan wants to say, pleasure having dinner with you last year at the CAC.
Oh, right on, Nathan. You too, buddy.
And then Georgia wants to know, after doing your research, did you end up having a favorite?
From that era? Yeah, some of them struck me, like I said, Strangler Lewis. I kind of laughed when I heard about his tactics and the reaction they would get and how he'd respond off of that. And I think where it really started, the entertainment started to really come in. An interesting character who came along in the mid 1890s, kind of like just towards the end of this era that I covered. But there was this giant Turkish guy known as the Terrible Turk, who stood like 6'8" and weighed 270 something. You know, and being from a foreign country and all that stuff, where he was from, he was kind of, there were some other terrible Turks that came after them, but they were kind of perceived as barely human monstrosities, you know. But the Terrible Turk, when he toured America, he had a Broadway manager who was all about showmanship. And so you don't know what stories are true, but there's all kinds of stories about him throwing his opponent and breaking every ring post with his force. And you know, a team of people would jump him and he just toss them around like paper, you know, and just a lot of fascinating stories. And being as how he was from the old world, his manager said that he insisted on being paid in gold coins. That's the only currency that he knows. And the story is that on his way back home, he died in a ship sank that he was on, and his manager said that he drowned because he refused to take off his money belt with all those gold coins, so he just sank to the bottom. So kind of a interesting twist in that tale, you know, how greed can get the best of you, I guess. So yeah, funny stories, interesting stories that really moved me regarding guys like Terrible Turk and others. And so I don't want to give away too many secrets, but yeah, a lot of fun facts in there for sure.
So how long did it take you to you know, to do the research and then finally get the book to the presses?
I spent probably about 8 months gathering, and not just gathering the information, but organizing it. That's what took a lot of time, was trying to make sense of it all by you know, organizing it. And I don't refer to it really so much as it's not a book like a regular reading book with a long story with a beginning, middle, and end. I consider this more as like a reference book, you know, of information about these guys from this time and where they went and what they did and all that stuff. But yeah, so several months researching and then a few more months compiling it and organizing it and putting it together. And then I don't know, it probably took a few more months to go through the publisher and all that stuff and get it out there.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty interesting. What was the reaction like, you know, back then? I mean, were people, I'm assuming because it was something that was new, that people were going crazy for it, right? Was that kind of how the reaction was, or was there mixed reactions?
Interesting. You know, the biggest matches, of course, you know, whatever the population was back then, but like the biggest matches would be in arenas, you know, heavyweight championship matches. They'd be in arenas of about 2,500 people tops, you know. A lot of wrestling back then took place in taverns and dance halls and places like that, you know, little small recreation areas or whatever. But yeah, and back then too, most matches did not take place in a ring like it does now. You know, they usually just wrestled on, they'd put mats on floors or stages and have them there. So yeah, you probably wouldn't recognize, if you saw a match then, you probably wouldn't recognize it today's, as far as, you know, the like I said, the whole setup in little on mats and so forth.
Were you able to find out, you know, how they formulated the matches? I mean, how did they? Was there a promoter? Was there just someone who, if you didn't like somebody, you could just have a match with them? Yeah,
they a lot of these guys, what they'd do is they would put ads in the newspapers, and usually a lot of times the newspaper publishers would serve like as the promoters in a way, where a guy would, like, you know, put up $200 or whatever, and then you know challenge all comers or whatever, and if anybody else wants to match that and put up $200, then they'll work, you know, they'll book it and do it somewhere, you know. And one of the interesting stories I found out is, like, I was talking about those Greco-Roman matches that would take place for hours at a time, and in some cases they'd say, you know, the match ended after 3.5 hours because the lease in the dance hall that they were wrestling in expired and they were turning out the lights or something, you know. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
No, that's pretty. Now, do you have anything on the horizon? No, something else that you might do as far as, you know, another project?
Well, people have asked me, they said, well, now that you've covered that era, are you going to do more wrestling history books on the early 20th century? And I say, well, that's kind of been done. You know, I did this because it hadn't been done before. But since I had that published, though, I've continued to do more research and I found a lot more interesting material. So I'm thinking someday I would like to, I don't know if I'd call it a volume 2 or just an expanded version of this one. But yeah, I do have a lot more information I'd like to get out there.
Okay, well, that answers Jason's question. He said, given the increased availability of newspaper archives and material, you know, any chance of a newer expanded edition?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah, and I have gathered a lot more newspaper information and so forth. One of my sources who really helped me out a lot is Don Luce. I know a lot of people know Don. He won the Historian Award at the CAC a couple of years ago. But yeah, Don supplied me with a lot of sources and information on. He did extensive work on gathering up information from, like, you know, the New York Times and the Chicago Times and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of good information coming from him and others. And so yeah, it's something that I haven't had time to do yet. But yeah, I want to personally myself go through and do a lot of newspaper archive research. But in the meantime, I'm grateful for the information that's been forwarded to me.
So what made you even think about this for a project?
Well, like I said, I was just interested in American history, and then
Yep.
I've been a wrestling fan my whole life. So when I saw that something was going on pre-20th century, that just got my curiosity going. And it was one of those things. Some things that I get into, I look into it for an hour or so and then move on, you know. But this was something that just captivated me and kept me going. Like I said, usually probably 3 or 4 hours a night over the next several months, I was there researching this subject, you know. So it was one of those things that I just couldn't let go of.
That's interesting. Now, did they have? I'm assuming that they didn't have, you know, merchandise back then, right? That they were selling like today.
Actually, in the late 1880s, they started putting out those trading cards, which baseball cards. In fact, the first baseball card that came out was in a series that also included wrestlers and other athletes and Broadway performers and stuff like that, you know, celebrity people. But yeah, that was the tobacco cards. They would use them as binders inside the tobacco pouches, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, I'd love to get my hands on some of those. I've seen those, and they, you know, they're not cheap, you know. But yeah, so that was kind of the first time that wrestlers got any kind of national notoriety, is through these trading cards in the late 1880s.
Wow. So now, when you were doing your research, did you come across any, you know, cool memorabilia at all? Like,
oh yeah,
programs, tickets, anything like that.
I do have a section in there of some of the stuff. There's like, you know, cigar wrappers that depicts wrestlers and things like that. So yeah, I did find a lot of little interesting stuff like that I put in my book.
Oh, that's pretty unbelievable. Now, you don't think that you would do something on like the 60s and 70s or anything like that, or what the difference is between now and then? Because there's probably a big dichotomy, I would imagine, right?
I have contributed a lot in a lot of ways, especially on some of the Facebook pages and so forth.
Yep.
You know, the fact that I grew up in Southern California, so most of my memory, you know, goes back to about the late 60s on, and particularly the Los Angeles territory. So yeah, a lot of times, you know, on posts and things like that, I'll see somebody will ask a question about something that I know about or whatever, so yeah, I contribute in different ways just based upon my knowledge of you know, 50 or more years of being a professional wrestling fan.
Right. So, all right. So, who were some of your, you know, favorite wrestlers growing up?
Oh, back in those, I'd say my favorite back then in Southern California, they used a lot of lucha libre wrestlers, and my favorite was Mil Mascaras, and he was a great ground and pound technical wrestler, but he was also a high flyer, which was very rare in those days. And you know, it's interesting. I've attended about 3 different Cauliflower Alley Club gatherings in the last 5 years, and one of the 2 that I missed was Mil was there, and I was so disappointed that I didn't get the chance to meet him. But yeah, and of course Freddie Blassie was the most hated heel, and he definitely drew a lot of heat and got a lot of attention. And I'd say the most feared wrestler at the time was a giant, oversized guy who wore prison stripes, known as the Convict. And then many years later, when I'd seen in the mid-'70s, I was in Memphis area for a summer, and they had a big guy named Plowboy Frazier. And then mid-'80s, WWF, Hillbilly Jim brought in his Uncle Elmer. And when Stan Frazier died, I found out that he was all 3 of those guys. And I thought, Uncle Elmer was the Convict? Oh, yeah, man. When I was a little kid, he was by far the feared wrestler at the time, you know. So, yeah, they had a lot of great characters there for sure.
That's pretty. So, did they have characters like that back then, or was everyone pretty much using their real name? You know,
no, it was all gimmick in one way. Not so much flamboyant, you know, with costumes and stuff like that.
Yep.
But you know, you had Maniac John Tolis. I remember this one. It was a face versus face match against Victor Rivera, and somehow or another, it got into where the loser would have their head shaved. And Tolis lost, and when he woke up and saw that he had a shaved head, he went ballistic, and suddenly he had this unbelievable terror about him. So then he became known as Maniac John. He was called the Golden Greek before that. Now he was Maniac John Tolis with a shaved head. And then, like, by the time I was in high school, that's when you had Roddy Piper and Chavo Guerrero. Those 2 guys kept that thing going for the last several years of its existence. And Piper, as a heel, he went over so well that they had him involved in every match in one way or another. Either he was wrestling solo, his tag team partner was pre-Adrian Adonis, Keith Frank, he went by his real name then, and then he had a little stable that he managed, and then if that wasn't enough, he somehow got his referee's license, so he was the epitome of the cheating referee. So he was involved in every match in one way or another. That's how much he was over then. So, and boy, could that guy draw. He was just a punk kid, 20 years old or so, but I never saw anybody work a crowd psychologically like he could. So, yeah, that was a nice era then, and by then, it was no longer on regular broadcast TV. You could only find it on a Spanish station on UHF. And so I kind of knew that it was going out then. And then I went away for a couple of years and came back around 82. And it was, I had a couple matches before it died, So
Rock Riddle just messaged us and said that him and John Tolos held the America's Tag Team Championship for a little bit.
Tolos and who?
Rock Riddle.
Oh, Rock, Rock's my buddy.
He was on a little bit before you. Yeah, he'll be on in a few minutes. So, all right. Well, if anyone was looking to, what would you tell somebody if they wanted to have go out on an endeavor like you did, and try to do research on something and then eventually write a book? I mean, what would you tell them?
Well,
give a piece of advice.
There are times where I have to refrain from being hasty, because I want to put something out, and if I put it out too soon, then I find out a whole lot more great information came in. So you just got to be patient with it, and just don't stop. Just every little, even if it appears to be totally insignificant, it doesn't take but a few minutes to look it up. So
yeah,
be as thorough as you can and be as patient as you can, and you'll know when you've got something that's ready to be published.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, we appreciate you coming on. I'm going to bring everyone who's in the green room on right now. So
great. Hey, I want to thank you too. Hey, Rock. I want to thank Kevin Sullivan, who you had on just before me. I was at one of the CAC right after my book came out. I went around and had a lot of the old legends cut a promo for my book, and I put it on YouTube. It's a book promo. I think if you just look up Pioneers of Professional Wrestling on YouTube, you'll find it. But yeah, Kevin was among those who cut a good promo for me for my book.
Well, listen, if anyone wants to have, get Tim's book, go to Amazon, and it's called The Pioneers of Professional Wrestling, 1860 to 1899. And that's something I'm going to go out and buy because I'm always interested in anything that's historical.
Yeah, you could also get it where I get more of a percentage is on Archway Publishing, archwaypublishing.com. I also have a group page I'd like to invite anybody to join on Facebook. It's called Captain Cloud Productions, and that's where I post all of my videos and photos from when I attend these wrestling conventions and so forth. Yeah, Rock's on there in a few places.
Yes,
and we're bringing on Richard Visick as well. Hope I pronounced his name right. Can you hear us?
Hi, Richard.
Nod your head like this.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
We can't hear you, though.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Every third person, we're having audio issues.
Sign language.
We're not hearing you.
Why don't we have Richard just move his mouth and I will say what he's saying?
Like TikTok.
He's saying, let me see if I can figure it out. If I can read the lips, I believe he's saying, "Hi, Eddie." Oop, how good was that?
Oh, come on. I don't know how many people I can put on at one time here.
Oh, that's Jason.
Jason Presley, everyone. Let's see if we can hear him.
The Alabama historian.
Awesome. Finally got it working.
Yes.
My audio.
Okay, Jason, no one's asking you anything so far, so I will ask
you.
How the heck are you?
Anything? Can you hear me at all?
Oh, yeah. Yep, we can hear you.
There we go.
All right, obvious question. Jason, what relationship are you to our dearly departed friend Elvis?
Oh, I'm doing great, Rock. How are you?
Oh,
you all
okay.
healed up from that accident in the ring last year?
That's no accident. There are no accidents. Everything, there's a reason for everything.
So,
Hotel.
have you so you know Tim, right? Tim
I
was
know-
telling a story about
I know-
John Tolos.
I know everybody who's worth knowing.
As far as the Elvis thing, something like eighth cousin, a couple times removed.
Okay. See, I wanted to ask because I knew in your entire life no one had ever asked you that question before. Okay. Eddie, take control. Ask.
Well, Rock, listen. So you said that you were tag team champions with John
Oh,
Tolos.
no one ever asked that.
Yes, John Tolos and I held the America's Tag Team Championship. Yes, we did.
Oh.
We eventually lost it. I don't remember to whom, though. I didn't even remember we held it until I started going through my old records. It's very interesting because back in the day, we didn't really know who we were wrestling. There are hundreds of people I wrestled. I never knew their names until after. And I believe, who was it? I think it was Terry Funk.
There are hundreds of people I wrestled. I never knew.
A few decades ago, Terry Funk said, "One day we're all going to be like rock stars." And of course, people thought he was kidding, but now it's the case. And speaking for myself, at least, while Jason's getting set up there, I very seldom knew who I was wrestling ahead of time. Did not really pay much attention. It was just we lost now. Here we are. And it was just another match. And later on, thank goodness, I had a list of people I had wrestled from other sources. And I said, wow. Someone asked me, for example, they said, Riddle, Rock, did you ever wrestle Jimmy Superfly Snuka? And my response was, gee, I wrestled hundreds and hundreds of people whose names I don't know and don't remember. So I think I probably would have remembered Snuka. So I would, if I had to give you a yes or no, I'd say probably no. 3 weeks later, a DVD showed up at my office, Rock Riddle versus Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Cow Palace, San Francisco. I said, so... look who we have here.
What's up, Rock?
The sky, prices, and my IQ. I'm not sure about the third one, but the other two. What's up with you, my friend?
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Every day above ground is a good day.
Hey, listen, I would be amiss if I didn't plug one of my new sponsors.
And
I don't know if you can see it.
Okay.
I would be amiss. I know it's a family show, sort of, but I had to give a little bit of a plug.
See, I was going to read it when you held it up, and I said, no, I don't think so.
So, but how are you guys? Kevin might call in. I don't know if he is.
Let's see.
So,
Richard, can you hear us? Oh, I think he just left. Okay.
What's up,
Hey,
Tim?
Rock, I have a question for you. When you were in LA, did you ever work with a wrestler known as Beauregard?
No. I think Beauregard was before me.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that he was kind of a musician singer and he put out an album.
What's up, buddy?
Nathan, thanks for coming on.
Hey, no problem. I just thought I'd test it out before I go live tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Are you using a computer or an iPhone?
I'm on a computer.
Okay, perfect. That should be.
I'm doing the iPhone. I don't know what happened with Kevin. Kevin said has been having difficulty with the iPhone. He had to use his wife's iPhone because his wasn't set up with the volume or something like that the first time. So, and I don't know what happened with hers. But I love the Kevin Sullivan School of Wrestling. Don't leave your feet. That was great.
Don't have to.
I don't have to. No,
you
don't. I absolutely agree with that. You don't have to. Less is more, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ox Baker never left his feet. Nikolai Volkov. There you go.
Nikolai only took tumbles. Nikolai took tumbles, believe me. But you know what? He hit like a freaking jackhammer, man. You know, he hit. Oh, working him was like working with a cement baby face. He would just beat the crap. My rib cage would be killing me for weeks. He didn't know. He didn't know anything other than one way, full throttle, full ahead, full steam ahead.
Like one of those guys who was raw boned, you know, just a naturally big,
like Swede Hansen, right? Like Swede Hansen. Yeah, just a big, strong man, right?
Swede Hansen.
Yeah.
Nathan, I always said that Nikolai Volkov was Brock Lesnar before there was a Brock Lesnar.
Right.
You look at a young Nikolai, he had that build like Brock when he was younger.
He never had that little wasp waist, but like the natural thickness to the shoulders, big chest. Still got to be big without lifting weights.
Yep, and big legs. I don't think he even really worked out with weights that much other than push-ups.
Didn't he start a Mongolian gimmick?
So I don't think he did much more other than just like push-ups and stuff. I mean, the stories he would tell, man. I mean, he wrestled a lot of people over the years. He was a great guy, man. God rest his soul. He was stubborn, didn't want to go to the doctor towards the end, you know? He thought he could cure it homeopathically, didn't want to go for surgery, and he had a blockage, and, you know, he was stubborn. He was stubborn. I loved him. Joe, I love you wherever the hell you are, but you were stubborn as hell. So, not as stubborn as Rock Riddle, though. I knew you'd appreciate that, buddy.
Hey, absolutely. And since several of you were not here when I was talking before, I should tell you I've got two monitors in front of me. You are on the monitor to my right. So when you see me looking back like this, so you think I'm looking at you.
So Eddie, well, did you like the interview before? Was it all right?
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. Good. Yeah,
I told you that it just popped up, and I had the Golden Gate Bridge behind me the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
You're on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. My iPhone and the Zoom catalog over there menu where I could just press video and and everything else, and finally I changed the background, but I couldn't. I don't know how I got Golden Gate Bridge, because in the airport there was no real customs. They didn't look through your bags, nothing. So we just walked in and walked right through.
Typical MMA matches in Cuba.
Yep.
So yeah, there was Maeda. Coleman, the guy who was the guy who taught allegedly taught Carlos Gracie. He wrestled matches in
Revolution history. He was Kevin was like heavily into that. He knew all about who wrestled. I think Pampero Firpo was in Cuba at one time. I think some people like that were in there. I forgot who else. Who else was in Cuba? I'm trying to think. Rock, you might know.
Before my time.
Was it before your time too? I can't.
I'm much younger than I appear to be.
It's the sunglasses.
Damon says he's the nephew.
What's up, my brother?
The world famous bad guy referee. What's going on? What do you need? You need some help with this podcast or what?
How you doing, Dan?
Am I talking too loud for you?
Let's see. I guess the audio.
What's going on, guys? How you been?
Missed you, man. Haven't seen
you in a while. What's your question?
Yeah, when you were doing the bad guy referee thing, did you get any tips from Roddy Piper
here, Tim,
in Los Angeles several years before? A heel referee.
Could you hear him, Danny?
Well, Roddy Piper and I were good friends. He just wished me luck all the time, and he was a good guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he nearly caused.
We're all one family. We all work together.
Right. Yeah, he nearly caused riots in Los Angeles being the heel referee.
We were doing crap that no one's ever done before. We were making history. We were doing things that were just never done before, and I was just glad to be part of it. Yeah. As much as I could be. I mean, that was an era in wrestling that will never be forgotten. I'm fading out here.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, Dan, what are you using? Are you using other people in the queue?
I can't understand the word you're saying. You're breaking up. Your audio is bad, man.
That man was boom.
Jason, how is your audio right now? Okay. That answers that. Whoa. Oh. Can you hear us? Yeah. Can you hear us right now?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
All right, now we hear you.
All right. Okay. There's a little bit of a delay, but I think we can work through that.
It's Alabama. What can you ask for?
You guys, I can't understand a word you guys are saying.
Yeah.
You're breaking up.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to work on that connection, and I'm wondering if it's because maybe there's 6 people on here, but I'm not exactly sure. But I think it could be more. I've noticed that the iPhones aren't working that great, but
mine's working fine.
Yeah, yours is working. Where are you? Where are you located?
In Jersey.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why. Maybe it depends.
Guys, I'm gonna check out, but I'll be sure to tune in over the weekend.
All right, Tim. All right. Looking forward to it. Thanks. Okay.
I thought he'd never leave. Thanks for laughing at that. Every time someone leaves, we'll say the same thing.
I thought he'd never leave.
Gosh.
Oh man. Well, anybody, who else is going to be on tomorrow? What's the agenda for tomorrow?
We're going to have to work on this, man. It's terrible.
It's a full lineup. Danny, when can you hear me talking? Right now, or does it wait?
I can't understand what you're saying, brother, if you're talking to me.
Okay.
Let me talk to Danny for just a minute. That is a dangerous man. Danny, how do you hear me?
I cannot understand what you're saying. You sound like a robot that's lost his voice.
Okay, well, it's not the software. It's not Stream Deck is my observation here, because we're able to hear each other.
Right.
Therefore, I can hear all of you. So it must be something with his particular phone or his setup.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. But that's all right. That's what tonight was for, was to make sure that we have everyone who can, make sure everyone's connections are working. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can hear everybody.
There we go. Perfect.
I switched to the laptop there rather than the phone. So I don't know. I'll do that tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. That seems to be the way to go, is to try to be hardwired in. Danny's gonna have to figure out the connection, I think, so that we can get him in. Let's see. Who do we have here? Bill After.
Uncle Willie.
I'm the new heel Bill After.
Oh no!
All right, he's got the goatee going on.
What is going on here? I don't see. Can you all see me?
No. You look great. That's the best I've ever seen you look.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on.
Have you tried turning the lights on?
Oh, that's what it is. We didn't pay the bill. We have not paid the
bill. That black on black is very slimming.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I've got my webcam on here. You can hear my sound. Remove from stream. You're in the show.
Sound is good.
All right, hold on. Let me try my other webcam.
Bill, you should be a professional announcer with a voice like that. Oh my gosh, there he is.
Uncle Bill, looking good.
And now we can't hear you.
Now we can't hear you. We can see, but we can't hear you.
So maybe if you turn them both on, we'll use one for audio, one for video. Bill, I want to know what color that is, what color dye you put on your beard there.
Nope.
I'll translate. He's saying, Rock Riddle, you're my hero. I love you, man.
Here we go.
There we go.
Right.
There we go. Perfect.
So wait a minute. October 22nd, we're on the bottom.
That's it, Bubba. We're me and you. And Pedro.
That's it, October 22nd, our mutual birthdays.
Yep, me, you, and Pedro.
I am ready for any kind of action, baby. I don't care, Bishop. I have to be picking up a chair. I am ready for you, baby.
How you doing?
So I have not shaved in 3.5 weeks.
Wow. Wow.
Tomorrow it goes off.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, how's Mama doing? How's she doing?
What's that?
How's Mama doing? She all right?
Oh, lots of mamas here. You're right. You down here.
You're gonna get your ass kicked. Let's say that. She's gonna kick your ass.
Hold on. Hey, Mama, they want to see you. No, for real. I'm not kidding you. I'm gonna turn this place upside down tomorrow night. Hi, everyone. It's me, Ernie, and I have a new wrestling book. Is wrestling fixed? I didn't know it hurts.
Yeah, you're out of your mind.
You know that.
Remember we were singing, we were doing monkeys karaoke in your karaoke room?
It's right back here, my karaoke room.
I know.
You want to hear a song?
No, not really.
You know, I'm the only guy that raps Barry Manilow songs.
I remember. I've been there when you did it.
Yeah, her name was Lola. She was a showgirl at the Copa. Anyway. Eddie, you look confused.
No, not at all. Not at all. Just enjoying the conversation.
And Rock Riddle,
Me and Bill go way back.
Yeah, we do. Double A. Rock Riddle, double R. I haven't seen you in ages. You look wonderful.
Thank you very much. Don't look bad yourself for someone who hasn't shaved for 3 weeks.
No,
looks good on you.
Right. And Jason Priestley, how you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing
well.
Excellent, sir.
Well, good. Is my book in your bookcase there, I hope?
It's in there somewhere.
All right, just want to make sure. So this is tomorrow night. This is the test here, I assume. So tomorrow night, all right, but I'll pop in around 9:15, 9:30 tomorrow night. I think I've got the 10 o'clock spot tomorrow.
What's that?
I think I've got the 10 p.m. spot tomorrow night.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
As far as I know.
Well, Bill, there is a bit of a challenge. I don't think I can be through by 10 o'clock. So you may have to wait.
No, I'll just come on with you.
We've done that before. What a team we make.
We'll just have fun. Do I get to sing tomorrow night? I have my whole setup.
Yes.
Here. I have a whole music studio.
Wow, that's impressive.
I want to sing one song.
Well,
hopefully you have the music for it.
Well, what song is it?
Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble.
Oh, I don't have this. I'm not religious.
When my father died, the minister came. I flew in. The minister came to the home, and he's talking about the service. And he says, "Rock, is there anything special you want?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I thought when I did the eulogy, did you want to do the eulogy?" I said, "No, actually, I wanted to do a song." He says, "Oh, okay. What song did you want to do?" So I sang, "Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble," right there in my living room in front of the minister or preacher, whatever he's called, as he's like,
and he,
oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. I can't wait to look in a mirror. I get better looking each day. And he said, "Not in my church. Thank you very much." I thought it would have been funny.
Does he call you Rock?
Everyone calls me Rock.
It doesn't matter what your damn name is.
I was the Rock before you were the Rock.
Yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I'm like this all the time. my drink of choice and double A, the sparkling ice.
Yep, sparkling ice.
On it all the time. All right, well,
listen, guys, I'm going to be heading out.
Yeah, and I have a better webcam that was supposed to work.
I'm going to be heading out, guys.
All right, thank you.
Wait a minute.
Listen, I'll talk to you. Talk to you guys. Maybe I'll call in tomorrow.
Maybe
Uncle Bill.
Yes.
We got to. We finalized the date for Rumble in Havana. We're going to break it on your show.
I am ready for any kind of Havana, baby.
You know it, baby. I love you.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully, I'm still going with you guys when they invite me.
Never leave.
Yeah. No, I'll never leave.
You're going to take a lot of pictures, right?
What's that?
You're going to take a lot of pictures, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take one off my wall here. Yes.
Hey, we got some echo there, guys.
We finalized the date for Rumble in Havana. We're going to break it on your show.
I have not taken photos.
Baby. What's going on here?
Jason, I haven't taken photos.
Take care, guys.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully, Jason, I haven't taken photos in about 25 years. I do mainly video. If you see my videos with me in them, or all the time, yeah. But thank you
for your stuff on Jared Parsons.
Yeah, no, thank you. At Rock Riddle, before I get off of here, what are you doing these days beside this?
Writing another 2 books.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Putting some how to use firearms properly and safely in front of the camera. A lot of different things like that. Look who we have joining us.
Oh,
hi everyone.
And Dan Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Hapter.
Wow, Mr. Bearded Brotherhood here on the bottom.
Yeah.
Rock, you're going to have to get a beard. By the way, Bertrand, I love the Andre book. I'm about 3/4 of the way into that. And yeah, no, it is magnifique.
Thank you. Thank you. Truly appreciate it. We work really hard on this. So
no, I could tell.
Much. Hey, Mark, Mr. James.
Well, I'm going to leave right now. We have family visiting us here from Nueva York. My daughter, her husband, and our almost 3-year-old grandchild. So I will be on here around 9:15 tomorrow night. 9:15, 9:30. I'll check in back. Where do I found the link of this on Kenny's IM to me. Somebody will send the link to my Facebook IM tomorrow night.
Right. So, Bill, you'll get a link, and then you can just click that link, and you'll go into the studio just like tonight.
Okay. Are you Is all this being video recorded?
Yeah, it's being live streamed. Yep.
That's great. So it live stream, and then can you download an MP4 so you can keep
Yeah,
them?
it'll be on the Facebook pages, and I believe maybe YouTube as well.
No, I'm just curious if you can download an MP4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You'll be able to download it or extract the audio.
All right, because I've been using Zoom a lot and downloading video of that. So yeah.
Right.
Well, it's great to see you all. And tomorrow night, just to let you know, the song catalog includes Barry Manilow, Tom Jones, Andy Williams, Steve Lawrence, Tim McGraw, Tracy Lawrence, Toby Keith. So songs at your request tomorrow night.
Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble.
Thanks, Bill. We're looking forward to it tomorrow night.
All right, sounds great. See you.
Right, take care.
At the matches, as I always say. Now, how do I get out of here? Leave
I'll get you out.
I thought he'd never leave.
I was hearing Mr. Apter just fine, but I barely can not hear anyone else.
Bertrand, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Well, Eddie, I can't hear you at all.
Can't hear me. Can you hear Rock?
Okay, now I'm actually talking. Are you able to hear me, sir?
No.
Oh, you're missing this amazing booming voice.
Pete. Hello, sir.
Rock?
Okay, now I'm actually talking. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Who's got the delay?
Oh, you're missing.
Oh, here I am. What's this?
Hello, sir.
Hello, Bertrand.
Hello.
I'm reading your book. Look at this.
Thank you.
Okay. Here, look. Want to see my girlfriend? She's the best chiropractor in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Hello. I'm reading your book. Look at this.
Someone has a delay. I'm not sure who it is. We'll have to try.
Maybe me.
Oh, it might be you. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Should I turn this off? But if I turn it off.
Hey, Bertrand, can you try to can you exit out and then come back in?
He can't hear you. Oh, well, maybe.
Is
there a delay here? 1, 2, 3.
All right, I'll put it.
Not too bad.
2, 3.
Okay.
Mark, you're fine.
Keith,
I'm gonna need you to turn down your speakers, maybe.
Yeah, you can't have anyone with speakers. You've got to have earphones or headphones. Otherwise, it's going to feed back.
Right. Jason, can you say something? I was still trying to figure out yours as well.
Let me know. I think mine's a little better now.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, do you know what the issue was or no?
I was trying to stream it on my Wi-Fi on my Kindle Fire, so I switched to my phone, and it seems to be working a lot better.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to let people know that you can't. I know a lot of people. I think they're logging on and then they're trying to watch it while they're on. and that has a little bit of a delay, which obviously provides some feedback. Okay, well, Jason, yours is working. I'm not sure who else. Mark, can you say something real quick? So make sure you're
how's this?
Oh, perfect. Okay,
great.
You have a great connection. Jason, yours is a good connection. I haven't looked at the schedule. When are you guys on this weekend?
I'm
on at noon,
the
right?
second session in the morning.
Noon.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Great. So that'll be me. So no problem. All right. As long as we are able to have a decent connection, then that should be good.
So did we lose Rock Rims from the schedule? Because he was going to be on before me.
I was on.
Who was going to be on before you?
Rock Rims from California.
Oh, that other Rock.
No,
the other
imitation.
I think it's Keith that's going to be on before you.
Okay, yeah. Well, the schedule's been changing a lot over the week.
Okay. So, Mark, you wrote the Memphis history book, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All of them.
And how did you go about that? Well, what was your interest in? Are you from Memphis?
Yeah, I'm from Memphis. Lived here my whole life and just wanted to document it. When I started writing them about 15 years ago, there wasn't a lot about Memphis done, so I just wanted to document it.
Okay. And what were some cool stories that you were able to find? I think we're trying to get Bertrand back as well. What were some of the cooler stuff that you were able to find that you may not have known before?
One of the big things was, excuse me, in 77 when Jarrett and Gulas split. The only guys that didn't come with Jarrett were Jackie Fargo and Tojo Yamamoto. They both went with Gulas because they thought, Jarrett's not going to make it just because he's going outlaw here. And the funny part was all the guys that worked for Gulas thought Jackie Fargo and Tojo were spying for Jarrett.
Yep.
And, the Jarrett guys hated him because of that. And then they go there and the guys think they're spies. So they were kind of like in no man's land.
Interesting. So how far back do you go when you're
I've got I've got a 1950s results books everywhere from January 50 all the way through December 59. It's got every weekly card and result in it.
Nice. Oh, there it is. There it is right there.
There it is. That's it.
All right, let me see if I can get Keith on here.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. And I was watching actually on a cell phone and on another computer.
Okay.
No feedback now.
All right, perfect.
But I want to hear the stuff about Memphis. I didn't know that about Tojo Yamamoto not going along with Jerry Jarrett.
Yeah, 1977 when Jarrett quit, split, went to war with Nick Gulas for Memphis. Everybody. Lawler Dundee, all of them, Rocky Johnson, even NWA president Eddie Graham from Florida supported it, and actually he was the one that kind of got them. He made a decision that they would fight it out for Memphis. Whoever won it with the fans would get Memphis. And Jarrett.
So were they both getting dibs on the NWA champion?
Yes, they were still getting both. They both were still getting them. And actually, one of the crazy things was when that was going on, Gulas started running Jackson, Tennessee as well, which is only about 45 minutes from Memphis. And he was having Harley Race come to Jackson. He had Andre the Giant come to Jackson, trying to pull the customer base away from Jarrett and Memphis in the area. The thing that happened with Gulas was they had TV at Channel 13 in Memphis, but when the split happened, Channel 13 just canceled the show. At that point, Jarrett went with Jerry Lawler to Channel 5 in Memphis and said, look, we can give you high ratings. And they immediately jumped on it, and they were there for about 20 years before it went off the air in Memphis. Getting TV, Gulas lost TV. He was throwing shows at the Mid-South Coliseum every Monday night. I think the last show he had there, he only had about 400 people that showed up. You know, you got a 12,000 seat, 11,000 seat arena with 400 people in it. After that show, they stopped Gulas, and within 2 or 3 weeks, Jerry Jarrett had the Coliseum. He had been using another arena in Memphis, the Cook Convention Center, which was only about 4,000 to 5,000 people. And they were doing it on Sunday nights, which he did not want. He wanted it on Monday. So the war lasted about 2 months, with Jarrett obviously winning.
Yeah, quite a tale, though. Quite a piece of wrestling history.
Somebody over here.
Yeah, it's
he's got a lot of Mark's books, mostly the ones with Cornette.
You know, Mark.
Yeah, Corny's great.
What I find interesting is some of the books that I wrote. A lot of the characters are dead now, and I think if we don't put this down, that history will be lost forever. No one will really know what actually happened at the time.
Well, that's it. We can't trust Vince to make sure history is documented correctly. And I was answering the question a while ago why I did it. I started about 15 years ago because there wasn't a lot written about Memphis back then. You had a couple things and not that much presence on the internet. And I just wanted to make sure it was all documented and not forgotten about it. And, you know, because there were so many other, everywhere had a territory across the U.S., as you guys all know. And it's like each one was just, people have always asked me, what's the best territory? And I said, wherever you grew up watching.
Right.
Back in the day.
You're right.
It was the best because you grew up watching it. And there is no wrong answer for that.
Rock Riddle, earlier you were talking about this guy who interviewed you for 2 hours. I think that was Fred, right?
I don't believe so. I remember Fred, and it seems like that was a strange interview. That's all that's in my mind.
Yeah, Fred since passed away, but I was wondering. Okay. But everybody has this feeling. It's not only where you grew up, but it's the age you were at the time.
Yeah.
So if you were 11 or 12 or 13 or 14, that was the best wrestling you think you'll ever see in your life. True.
Yeah, I have agree with that. Question. I can remember the first match I ever saw, and it just had hooked me. It was like a light switch going off. When I started watching, it's like, boom, I've got to watch more. And it was always that way.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, I have a question for you. When I first got into this business,
yes, sir,
I wrestled Memphis as a teenager. I started out in Tennessee, and I remembered that there was a certain person with a few bodyguards or an entourage who would come and wouldn't come in and sit down at ringside, but would stay in sort of toward the back and watch us. Can you share any information? Do you know what I'm talking about? No?
Yeah.
Elvis Presley.
Is that so?
Yeah. I believe you're talking about Elvis Presley. He was a big fan. Yeah, back in the day. I believe there's some rumors about him and Penny Banner actually back in the day as well. Before
you
then,
mean Mrs. Johnny Weaver
doing a little wrestling themselves, as I hear.
Fred Ottman.
And he was known to come in. Sometimes he would stay in the back area.
Yeah.
Fred, is your
but that's very substantiated, very real, and he was a huge fan.
I don't think it's.
How are you? Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Sure.
I'm listening. I'm listening like a sponge, absorbing all this.
All right, cool. Sorry, Mark. Sorry to cut you off.
Fred, can you hear us all okay?
Oh, no, that's fine. That's
fine.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm off to cut out anyway, guys. I just wanted to check in, make sure everything was going good, and make sure this works so I knew what to do tomorrow.
Yeah, Mark, I'm looking forward to it. You're on
Take care, guys.
I'm not sure what time you're on. 12 o'clock tomorrow, right?
I thought he'd never leave.
I didn't get to be on at the same time as Bill Apter.
See, we do that with everyone when they leave. When I do it, make sure you say, I thought he'd never leave.
Oh, nice.
Hey, we have to have fun.
Fred, why is your room so dark?
I'm out here in the inner sanctum right now. My wife went next door. She managed about 600 and plus apartments in here in St. Petersburg, and they had an alarm go off, a fire alarm, because of somebody drained a lot of water out somewhere, and it set the alarm off. So she had to go over there and deal with that. She's not back yet. She's been with the plumber. Oh, she's walking across the courtyard now. So we have the cottage next door here where we live, and she's coming back from doing her business. I'll turn the light back. I have a sensor above me. That's where the light went out just a little while ago.
Fred, did you live there? Did you grow up in St. Petersburg?
No, actually, I'm a Miami boy. You know, I took the flag when I left, and you know, the whole 9 yards. I grew up there. I came up. I started training with Malenko down in Fort Lauderdale with Boris Malenko, and we took and eventually I got there. I loved it and everything like that, and I moved up north because it was only training on the weekends down there. You know, Jody and Dean Malenko would come down, and a bunch of the boys from Fort Lauderdale, Miami area that trained there in a warehouse he had down there. And then Carl von Stroheim and him had a place set up here in Tampa, and it was almost right, just down the street from where the stadium is, football stadium is there, where the Bucks play. And it was an old mattress factory, you know, tar paper over the outside of the walls and everything on the outside. I mean, looked like it should be condemned, you know, but it was a hell of a training facility and a lot of great talent. Matter of fact, Jack and Jerry Briscoe had their body shop about a block from us, where the factory was, and that's where I came up. I came up here so I could train, you know, 5-6 days a week.
The Briscoes would say, "Was it worth the drive?"
It was. Yeah. I made the move up here and did construction work and whatever. So I paid the bills, and then I was training every day, and then training in the gym every day also. So it was a great experience.
I remember I may have been in college by that time. I started college at the age of 17. Or maybe not quite, maybe before that. But I remember Boris Malenko watching him as a fan. And and he mentioned his middle name on television. Do you have any idea?
I cannot remember. Oh my God, you had to do that to me. I've only had about 150 concussions in my career. Been hit with tables, chairs, ladders, you name it. I've been hit with it. But no.
Was it the same middle name as Lenin? Was it like Sledich or something like that?
It was a really twisted.
Ready?
Can you? Yeah, I'm ready.
Boris Maximilianovich Malenko.
Yes. That's it.
See, made an impression in my little teenage mind.
Yeah. Tables, ladders, you name it. I've been hit with it. There's my buddy there.
I know. Hold on. We have Bushwhacker Luke, but you're gonna. I think you might be on a little bit of.
Oh, g'day, mateys.
Oh, there we go.
How you doing?
Can you? Yeah, I'm ready.
Boris Maximilianovich Malenko.
Yes.
Are you listening to this stream right now?
Teenage mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to let other people come on.
That's a heck of a delay.
Everybody, I'm on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Wake up early and see me.
Looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it, yes.
Okay. Nostro.
I thought he'd never leave. Oh, God.
All right, That Teal and trying to get Bushwhacker Luke back on.
Oh.
I see you, Fred.
I see you too, mate.
I see you.
Let other people come on.
I'm playing peekaboo.
You have to turn off if you're watching the stream or your features. You have to turn them off.
Looking forward to it. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Yes.
Okay, Nostro.
Okay, guys.
Had like a time delay there. I thought it was in the Twilight Zone.
Right.
Yeah, but
can you hear us?
Yeah. Oh, definitely great.
Okay. Oh, good. All right. Well, that's working for you. That's good.
Am I coming in garbled or anything? Is it clear enough?
Yeah, no, you're perfect.
Very, very good. How about Scott?
Excellent.
Scott, can you hear us?
I sure can. I thought I was on at 9 tomorrow, and then it just dawned on me I'm on at 11. When he said he was on at 9, I thought, oh boy, I've got something wrong. How you doing? Hi, Rock. Hi, Fred.
Hey, Scott. How the heck are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Doing fine.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining.
Sitting here watching the stream on my computer. I don't have the sound on, but man, the lag is crazy. I kept saying, how come the words are coming out of their mouth isn't the same as what I'm seeing on my computer? But I realize now there's a lag.
That's how it.
I think that's what Luke had on his. You know, it was like a karate movie. Your kung fu.
Yeah. No subtitles though.
I'm gonna try to put him back on and see if he had fixed that problem yet.
I'm watching the stream on my computer. I don't have the sound.
You know what? I'm gonna send him a message and let him know that.
That there's a lag. He's watching. He has it on the screen while he's doing the deal. Uh-oh, what are you doing there, big buddy? That's Big Oscar.
Yep.
Oscar, can you hear us? All right.
Guess not.
I don't think you
Could y'all hear me clear?
Yeah, guys. Scott, what are you using? Are you using your iPhone? A phone?
I'm just using it's a Galaxy cell phone.
Okay.
I'd rather use my computer, my laptop, but I've got to figure out how to get my Bluetooth sync to my laptop. I don't know if I can even do that. I've never tried that, but I'm gonna see if I can get that done before tomorrow morning because I'd like to use my laptop instead.
Okay. It's okay. You're way ahead of me because I'm a computer cripple. You know, for all intents and purposes. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. I just want to be. I'm just checking in tonight, just to be sure I'm loud and clear, and I can use my cell phone if I have to.
Awesome.
All right, cool. All right, thanks, Scott. And what you're on tomorrow, 11, you said, right?
11 o'clock. Sure am. I'm looking forward to it. This is the coolest thing. I'd never even thought about doing anything like this. And I'd love to see more of these happen in the future.
I'm meaning to step on you. I'm just very surprised that Vince wouldn't have something at this time with all the talent that's just sitting around that, you know, would be such a great promotional deal.
How exciting that would be to have 4 or 5 of the guys, the girls from WWE sitting around like we're doing and sitting there talking. The fans would go crazy. And you talk about drawing interest and promoting his product. My goodness, it'd be the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And AEW the same way. You know what I'm saying? They're the hot potatoes in town. Why not take advantage of, you know, it'd be a great idea.
Absolutely. I mean, you may kick that off.
I'm happy about being part of the deal. I mean, it's a cool concept.
Yes, absolutely.
After they see this, they will come up with it and claim it was their idea.
That's right.
You know, that's the wrestling business. Everything's an original idea.
Of course.
That's right.
I came up with the idea before anyone.
Every finish has never been done before, you know?
Yeah, so they talk about the Tupelo. I guess you've heard of the Tupelo concession stand brawl that Lawler had, you know, when they brawled into the concession stand in Tupelo. Have y'all heard about that?
No.
Well, it was a big deal, and everybody talks about what a great idea it was. Well, that happened back like in the 40s. I think it was somewhere in Texas. They did the same exact thing. It wasn't on TV, but they had the Tupelo thing was just filmed for, you know, a house show, and they just showed it on TV. But yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to bring Luke back on and see if he has fixed the issue yet.
Stand in Tupelo?
Yeah, I've done it myself.
Well, that's a big deal.
All right.
I did that in 80.
Back like in the 40s. Somewhere in Texas, they did the same exact thing. It wasn't on TV, but they had the Tupelo thing was just filmed, you know, a house show, and they did it on TV. But yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
Right. You still got the thing on.
You need to send him instructions again.
I private messaged him and I said you need to turn the speakers off.
Oh my Lord!
It is, you know. Well, we're all in quarantine, so you know this is what happens when during a pandemic, you try to get the best tech that you can.
Well, that's a great idea.
It's a great idea. No, it definitely is. And the fans, I mean, get out there. The fans would love it, because it's interaction.
Right.
And this will continue getting better and better as we continue doing these, because, well, maybe you guys don't know that this is going on for another 18 months. Maybe I should not have said that. Sorry. Forget I said that. Quarantine.
Hey, it's okay. No. It's okay. I'm retired, so I don't care. It's just another day in paradise.
Well, I'm basically
my wife and I say that all. My wife and I say that all the time, Fred. Yes. We're retired and we're not doing anything different we normally do, but it's the fact that we have to stay home that makes it so bad,
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, me and my wife usually get in the car and drive somewhere just on the whim, or do this or do that. Yeah. And it's a real pain in the butt.
Yeah, we've been missing time with our grandchildren.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mine are up in Tennessee. I bought a house up there, and that's where I've been a year ago, and I'm still not there.
Where is it?
Outside Nashville, and a little town about 40 miles outside Nashville, Centerville, Tennessee.
Oh, we're in Gallatin, just north of Nashville.
Yeah, my wife is from there, from there, so it's great. And my grandkids are up there, and I got some great grandkids there. Matter of fact, our granddaughter lives part of the time in China. And she and her husband are stuck over here, not being able to go home. On top of her being a germaphobe.
Oh, that's a shame. Wow.
Yeah.
We're in just north of Nashville.
Oh. Yeah.
See, if he doesn't hear me the first time, he'll hear me the second time.
There you go.
Oh my God,
it's a good thing.
But it's nice up there. Matter of fact,
hello.
After I do this stuff, I'll be going up to. Up there carrying a load of stuff up there from the storage here.
We've been outside in our shorts with the grandkids.
Oh man, yeah. Oscar, what are you doing?
Here, everything's good.
What's up, baby boy? How are you?
Excellent, brother. Excellent, my brother. And Kenny, you little rascal, you.
Oh my God, is that Rock Riddle?
Who said that?
Oscar's got a little lag on.
Great job, Kenny. Kenny, you've done a great job. This is awesome. You and John.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, this is great, man.
A bunch of people.
It is awesome.
A little lag. It's a little crazy, but tomorrow it's basically just going to be one or two people.
We can't get together and give each other a big old hug, but this is the next best thing.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I was already hugging.
I'm gonna let it ride, and I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. I hope you have a great time on here, and I'll look forward to seeing you later. I just wanted to check in, and thank you again, everybody, for Eddie and Kenny and John for putting all this together. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, it is awesome, man.
We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see y'all later.
Thank you, Scott.
All right.
Take care.
So I think I don't hear
he'd
Fred
never
now.
leave.
Do I hear Fred?
I'm right here. It's me, Special Fred.
I'm gonna try to
lost Fred's sound, huh? Fred sound or no?
I have Fred sound, yeah.
Yes. If you can't hear me, I can yell a little louder, right?
That's weird.
Yeah. I hear Fred.
I
even have light now. Look.
Sunday night. Fred Ockman, Tugboat Typhoon, Shockmaster will all be there.
We'll all be there. I have split personality.
Whoa!
Yay!
She came in hot.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's weird.
Yeah. All
The
right.
Scoops on tag teams.
Hey, Kenny, how did you come up with this? This is brilliant.
We'll be talking tag teams. That's it.
He's got a little bit of lag going still.
So yeah, I think Oscar has a little lag too.
He's got a little.
Right?
He has lag on the video, but the audio is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look like Max Headroom.
Hello.
I'm like Max
No, I don't
Headroom.
hear Fred. I don't know why. He's quiet on my end.
You see how I am? I'm stealthy.
All right, how's now? All right, how now? How about now?
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, I hear Oscar. I just couldn't hear Fred that well for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't hear him.
Max
No,
Headroom.
okay.
I'll bail out and I'll come back in.
Yeah.
Unless you got anybody else in the hole? You got anybody waiting?
Not right now. Not at the moment.
I'll jump out and come back in. I want to see if that gets me Fred's voice.
Ta-da!
I thought he'd never leave.
Wow. Hey, he's going to be saying that when I go. You hurt my feeling. I've only got one feeling left, okay? So just be gentle. Let me down easily.
But see, this is the running gag. When I go, then everyone says, I thought he'd never leave.
Oh, you left us again. No. I have to give the boo-boo lip. Yeah.
So, Eddie, what else are we doing tonight?
Well, we should have a few more people that are going to be coming on so that we can test their audio and get some quick snippets of, maybe some cool stories that they want to share to the fans that are watching. And then we're probably going to, hang out for about another hour probably.
Kenny, can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Kenny?
Yeah, I still don't hear Fred. So something's up with that.
I hear you.
I hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah, he can hear you. Can you
I
hear
can hear you, Kenny.
I did before. Yeah.
I hear you.
I hear him fine. Just Fred I don't hear for some reason. Maybe that's a good thing, because I don't know if you ever got any text messages from Fred, like on Facebook. You would know, like, maybe once in a while you want to keep him quiet.
Oh, nice. I wouldn't want to save
inappropriate Fred for nothing sometimes.
Hey, I am very proud of the fact that I am inappropriate. Let me tell you.
So, moderator, you're not asking any questions. Why don't you ask some questions?
I'm trying to get the tech going as well. It's tough trying to juggle everyone in the room and making sure that the audio works.
I'm just busting your chops.
I know. I'm glad that we're able to do this. I think this is a really cool idea, especially with everyone being stuck home and whatnot.
Yeah, it's really cool. And the more people that know about it, I mean, I'm sure they. So
I guess I got a question for Oscar. I want to ask Oscar real quick. How did they find you for WWE? Were you working in a club or anything? Like, how did you come about getting to WWE? Because you definitely had the music skills. You must have been doing something.
Yeah, I was in Las Vegas with a comedian named Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And I was at Caesar's Palace. This was during when WrestleMania 9 was about I want to say 2 weeks away. I was at Caesar's Palace and I was playing craps. And there was this big commotion in the casino. And I'm looking and I saw this cat that had this real colorful outfit on with the hat and the sunglasses, and it was Macho Man Randy Savage. Now, the way I would get work back then is I would go up to anybody who I thought was a producer, director, or had some money, and I freestyle rap, throw the dice, and take my chances. So I said, I got to get Randy Savage. So I went up to him and I said, Mr. Savage, I got a singing telegram for you. And Vince was standing right there. He was like, go ahead. So I did a rap, put Vince in there. Jerry Lawler was standing there. Bruce Pritchard was standing there. Mr. Perfect was there. I put everybody in the rap, and it just blew Vince and everybody away. And Vince told me to call him at the WWF headquarters on Monday. So I called him up that Monday, and yeah, he was looking forward to hearing from me. We had a telephone conversation. About a month later, I flew out to Connecticut. That's when I met Mo and Mabel, and Men on a Mission was born.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Wow, that's a great story.
Yep.
That is a great story.
I tell you what, I miss Mabel a lot.
It was, man, who you telling?
Yeah.
That was the Gentle Giant.
He was an awesome guy, man.
I mean, apart from you, of course.
But
you were a Gentle Giant too. But he was a real he was a Gentle Giant.
He was a sweetheart. He was a good guy with a heart as big as he was too.
Yeah, God changed my life.
So I think that, Oscar, are you using a computer or an iPhone? Just curious.
I'm using a computer.
Just curious.
I'm using a computer.
Just curious.
I got to. I'm gonna use
You're
computer.
using the computer right now?
Uh-oh. Yep. What else? There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, computer.
Hi, Rock.
Hey, John, how the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? You're holding court wonderfully, sir.
Oh, we hear John fine. Perfect. Okay.
Good deal.
Excellent.
Yeah, enjoying the conversation. This is great, guys. I mean, I could just sit and listen to people tell stories all night. You know, the stuff about Elvis and in Memphis and everything tonight's been a lot of fun to listen to. So this is that. I know this is just our test demo night, but this has been a blast.
Yeah, we're trying to iron the kinks out, make sure everyone's has a good connection, but definitely appreciate everyone jumping on.
Yeah.
John, what day are you slated to go?
I am tomorrow night at 11:30. I'll also be on tomorrow about 3:00 with Tracy Smothers. So
okay,
I'll be popping in twice tomorrow, and I'm going to bring a friend of mine along to jump on. We're going to jump on with Pondo at midnight. We got to hit him up and tell him he's got to get his girl fight promotion going again. So, yeah.
John,
so I'll be in that.
How's Tracy doing, man?
He's doing all right. I mean, he's done with the chemo, and he is cancer free at this point. He's got to have a port in him for at least another year. Won't be able to take any bumps, which is killing him. I mean, he finishes up with all these chemo treatments. He's been in the hospital 10 times the last 6 months, and just when he's ready to get back out on the road, at least do some appearances and stuff. Now he has to stay home because he has no immune system right now. So, but he's in good spirits. He's doing well, and his book's doing great, and just getting a lot of really positive feedback from it. So, I think he's doing well.
Oh, that's good, man. Please send my love to him, man. Good,
absolutely,
great guy.
Yeah, absolutely will.
John, if I could ask you a question, so you wrote the David Schultz book, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anything about the recent Dark Side of the Ring?
Oh, I thought it was great. He's right as well. He would have liked. He says he didn't get the last word in on it, but I don't know if Dave would have ever been happy with it unless he had final edit. But I thought they did a great job with it. He was really worried about them making him look like the heel and making him the fall guy. But I mean, shoot, the way John Stossel was acting the other night, I mean, he could have made Hitler look like the good guy. So he just came off awful. But,
he's pardon my French. He's a dick, man. I'm sorry.
I think he kind of
that guy at all.
Part of me thinks he was like, I can't win with this audience anyway, so I might as well go for it. But I mean, still, I mean, it was just. No, it's been great to see the positive response for David out of it for sure. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it is interesting to see, what could have been if that had gone a different way.
Yeah. One comment I saw somebody earlier today is, well, after watching that thing, I think the whole thing was a work between Stossel and Vince. And I got him because, like, I've held the legal depositions in my hands. I've read David's legal deposition from the Stossel trial. I didn't have Vince's, but I had the attorney's notes. I've held the legal deposition. So, I mean, it was not a work. He was. I think McMahon was trying to kill two birds with one stone in that incident, and get rid of David and also take care of Stossel. But it worked out for David had a great career for 20-something years as a bounty hunter, and really when he wrote his book, he wanted to tell those stories more than the wrestling stories. So I had to pull some of the wrestling stories out of him at times, and I think most people agree too. The bounty hunting stories are the best part of the book.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Hey, Nathan.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to check my new headphones to see if they're working as well.
Oh yeah, they work. Yep.
Everybody can hear me. You can see me.
Sound good.
Yep.
Excellent. I've got a little.
Yeah.
John, there you go. The original Black Panther.
Awesome.
Here. Thank you.
Hey, hang on a second. Let's see. Let me unplug this. Am I aiming right? There we go. That's his stuff up there. We got a pair of his boots. We got a photo of him with Jack Pfeffer. Let me see if I can get closer in on that. There's actually two of those in a set, and Cornette's got the other one where he's actually plunging the fake knife into Mitchell's chest. That flag, he was a veteran, World War II. That's the flag from his funeral. Got a photo of him with Joe Louis up there, and right there is the last of the 3 travel cases that I still have. So, no, wait, those are his boots. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all he has up there. So
when you're putting together a book, it's so amazing when you actually can get that ephemera and put a story together, because it's not always the case that you can do that. Sometimes you have to really, get resources from other sources, newspapers, all things like that, but you don't necessarily have elements of that person's life and what they've chosen to collect and what they've chosen to go along with them. Because what you choose what you're going to keep, you choose what you're going to discard, and at the end you're left with what you have. And that kind of speaks to the choices the person makes through their life, and the fact that you're able to get a hold of that and sort of use those things to reconstruct the person's life, I think is really fortunate.
Thank you so much, Nathan. That was pure luck. I know I've told the story before, but I discovered Mitchell when I was writing the book on my first book about Louisville wrestling, and wanted to go back and learn more about him. And I'd written some articles, and of course the famous story is 1949 when he and Gorgeous George started a riot at the Olympic one night. And I had an article posted on my website, and a guy contacted me and said, "You need to talk to my buddy Dave. He bought Jim Mitchell's house as a flip and found all of his stuff." So I got in touch with the guy, drove up to Toledo, Ohio, had breakfast with him. He takes me into his house. And I mean, I've got on my computer 900 scans of letters, programs, photographs, documents. I've got the program from the Olympic, the night of the riot. I've got the letter he was sent by the California Athletic Commission ordering him to appear to answer for his part in the riot. We had his ledger book that had all of his expenses, what he made every night. Jim Cornette's actually got that right now. We got some scans of that in the book. Jim Mitchell collected smoking pipes from around the world, and this entire collection is still in Toledo. It's all still intact, and we're talking about thousands of pipes. We're talking 3 huge Rubbermaid tubs full of smoking pipes, and then 2 giant, wooden frames that he had mounted, maybe, I don't know, a couple hundred of them are on his wall down in his office. And what I was told too is what he had saved, what he still had preserved, was a third of what was originally there. So much of it had been sitting in a basement for so long and was water damaged. He had passed away in the early 90s, and then his stepdaughter inherited the house. And after she passed away in the early 2000s, that's when he bought the house. And literally, he heard a couple old ladies, he was in the business of flipping houses, heard a couple old ladies at breakfast talking about this house, drove over to the house, walked around it, offered the bank $12,000 and bought it. And then started going through and saving all this, and just kept it aside, thinking maybe this will be worth something someday. So you talk about a stroke of luck. I mean, that's a 1 in a million shot, and it was so cool. And to be able to tell that guy's story, and I mean, he's an unsung hero. He came from the days before television, So I mean, everybody looks back to Bobo Brazil as the one who broke, the color barrier and everything like that. There was no color barrier. I mean, 1932, he was working main events in Indiana, against Buck Weaver, who was a white wrestler from Indiana University. And, I mean, he worked and there wasn't a color barrier for him because there were no other, wrestlers, African-American wrestlers at the time. So it's just an incredible story to dig up and find. And really, I mean, it kind of changes the narrative a little bit.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. I got a question too for you, John. Have you ever considered doing something on the Welch family? Maybe even that first generation, because I know you republished the book, the How to Wrestle book. And I did a review for it for Slam, the one that was put by Herb Welch. And I mean, you obviously you've got a lot of contact with several of the people, certainly one that trained him. But have you ever thought of another project or considered something related to the larger Welch family wrestling dynasty?
Not with the Welch family, no. There's a couple other individual wrestlers that are. Elvira Snodgrass is one I've always been fascinated with. She was one, and her career was ended when she rolled her car into a ditch and got her arm pinned under the car. And, one story is that the arm was injured and it was amputated a couple months later. Another story is from her family that she actually cut her arm off to get out of the car because she was pinned underneath in a ditch. I don't know which story was right, but that's one that I'm researching. Wee Willie Davis is another fascination of mine. He was a wrestler. He was an inventor. He was a movie actor. He ended up, he won a bunch of money on the $64,000 question. So somebody's going to scream at me in the comments and tell me to correct it. Yeah.
Okay. That's the name of it.
I gotcha. He won some money on that, moved to Louisville, and then after Francis McDonough passed away, he opened up Goldenrod Wrestling Promotions with Francis McDonough's widow. And he ended up being Bruiser's guy in Louisville for when Bruiser was running the show. And then in his later years, he was a guard at the prison in Louisville, Kentucky. I actually talked to one of the guys who worked with him at the prison, and he said everybody worked in that place. We all got a busted jaw or a busted eye socket or something at one time, except for Big William Davis. These prisoners wouldn't mess with this guy, and he was in his 70s and about 6'4", 6'5", and they just didn't mess with him. And he never really talked about who he was or what he had been before, with the other guards. But he said he was watching the Late Show one night with his wife. I was like, wait a minute. That's Bill from that's a guy I work with, and asked him about it. And that's when he found out he had been a wrestler and a movie star. So those are the two of the historical figures. Those are two that really fascinate me that I would really love to do stories on one day.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'm gonna try to bring Wes Maidman in real quick, but I know last time it wasn't. Let's see. Wes, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
There we go.
Guys, I'm going to let you guys go, man. It's been a great listening to the stories and everything like that. Look forward to this weekend. And I appreciate you there. And don't forget, okay, to talk about me when you leave, okay? And say the ugly, God, you'd never get out of here. All right. Love you guys, man. Bye.
Talk to you.
I thought he'd never leave.
I just want to quickly just say that if you guys are going to talk about a book project, wouldn't it be awesome to do Mario Galento? It's one of the guys I've always, there's nothing about him. I can never find any videos. The bit of stuff I've seen in print is next to nothing. Fascinating guy from, back there that still worked right into, I guess, the 60s and 70s, right?
Yeah. He was working in the 70s, I know, because I remember sharing dressing rooms with him in the 70s.
Cool.
Interesting guy.
That's about the only guy that just intrigues me so much, but I'm so far out of it here in Canada that would take forever to get research done and everything. But Nathan, hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
I just wanted to come in and check to make sure everything was cool. I got some buds in instead of messing everything up, which is my computer. I'm ready for tomorrow morning. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And we're going to talk about the Wild Man all morning long. Well, at least for my half hour. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Wes.
Yep.
Thank you. I thought he'd never leave.
That is a interesting story about the Wild Man with the wrestling with the bear. I'm interested. I'm excited to hear about that one.
I can tell you my wrestling the bear story, if that's ever of interest. When? Do you want to hear it now?
Bear stories are always of interest.
All right. I was in Reno, Nevada, wrestling for Roy Shire out of Sebastopol, San Francisco. Roy was always good to me. All the promoters were good to me, and I made a good income everywhere I went. I considered it good. I was in Reno. Pat Patterson was the booker for Roy. So I got dressed, put my pants and shirt on over my gear, and said, Pat, when am I on? Do I have enough time to go down and lose a roll of nickels? He says, you're on main event. I said, okay, fine. I figured main event maybe is the second match or the third match. I don't know. We all have, as you know, strange senses of humor anyway. So I went down and I lost my roll of nickels, and I came back, and as the matches go on, I say, when am I on? He says, you're the main event. I said, okay, great. Figure that's his sense of humor. Then the semifinal goes out, and I said, is this me? He says, no, your main event. You're wrestling the bear. I said, I'm doing what? He says, yeah, I think, was it Terrible Ted? I think that was the bear. Tuffy was the manager.
Tuffy Truesdale.
Tuffy Truesdale.
Yeah.
So Pat said, yeah, you're wrestling the bear. I said, well, that's not what the poster said. He says, yeah. But see, the bear just did a tour of California, and it was raining during that entire time. And the bear doesn't like the rain. The bear's not been nice. And the bear hurt a couple of the boys. And therefore, with Russian-sounding last names, if that's not enough to give it away. So therefore, they refused to wrestle the bear, and you get the opportunity. I said, okay. He says, now go down to that room down there. Tuffy Truesdale, he's the manager, he's the owner, and he'll tell you what to do. I go in the room, and Tuffy says, okay, Rock, this is, no, Brutus. Brutus was the bear. He says, this is Brutus. He said, Brutus can do anything that any other wrestler can do. When you grab him, grab his fur, push up on it, he'll stand up for you. You can lead him. Now, Rock, the bear weighs 550 pounds. He wants you to be aggressive. If you are not aggressive, he will get bored and he will leave the arena. He will go back to the dressing room. We cannot hold him. We cannot keep him in the ring if he decides that he's bored and he wants to leave. I said, okay. So they said, yeah, he can do anything that anybody else can do. Just be on him. And I wasn't really sure that I wanted to go in the ring with a bear that weighed 550 pounds that had just hurt a couple of the wrestlers. Then when it was time to go in, as soon as I stepped out of the dressing room and saw the ring, I said, okay, I'm home and this is going to be fun. And that's the way I've always felt. That's my home and it's sacred ground. So when I went in there, first thing I do is I go in and I'm going after the bear like amateur style, and he's back. I'm going toward him. He's backing up like this, and it's almost like he's smiling. I get up behind him. He grabs me and does a flying mare or snap mare, whichever you want to call it. And he's doing puts his paw up under my arm and goes, Whew! And I fly across the ring. And we had a great time. I had a great match with this bear. Afterward, when he thought it was time, and depending on who's listening, I would say time to go home, but I'm so old school, I hate bringing in what I still consider inside terminology. When he decided it was time, Brutus put his 550 pounds on me. There's no way I could have kicked out, and he's licking me. It was just a beautiful match. It was a beautiful thing. That's one of the things I wish had happened. Maybe through this, someone will remember that and someone will have been there or know someone who was there who took a picture. I would love to have that picture. In fact, I had 2 gigantic boxes of memorabilia that were stolen. I was in, there's a city, I think it's Jonesboro, just south of Atlanta. So I was staying there when I was working for Georgia Championship Wrestling. And I had all this memorabilia, and I said, I'm going to ship this to my parents' home. There's no way that I have room for this stuff. So I called UPS. I told them approximately what I thought it weighed. They told me how much it would be. I said, well, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. They said, that's okay. Leave it with the managers at the motel there, and just give them the money and we'll take care of it. We'll pick it up tomorrow. I said, great. I'll be on my way to Chicago. I think it was tomorrow. And that was fine. And then several days later, I talked to my parents and I said, did you get those boxes? And they said, what boxes? I said, oh, maybe it's taking longer than I thought. Another week went by. Another week went by. I discovered that the people who were managing the motel stole my money, stole the motel's money, stole the 2 boxes, and therefore I've spent the last 20 plus years trying to replace all that I can. I finally got a cover. I finally got a magazine where Andre the Giant and I are working, and that's on the front cover. I said, yes, I knew this existed. Looked for it for a long, long time. So there's my story.
Rock, we have a question. Did you ever wrestle any other kinds of animals that you can tell us about?
Pampero Firpo, does he count? No, that was the only animal.
Only the bit. So what is that? I mean, what is that like for someone who's sitting at home to wrestle a bear? I would be petrified.
I thought I might be somewhat apprehensive, but again, when I got within sight of the ring, that's my home. And once I see it, I know I'm going home. I'm going to be on territory. And I control that. I control that squared circle. That's my home. And at that point, the bear felt it, and we just had a great time. That's all I can tell you. That it is, after decades in this business, it is absolutely an honor to step into the ring every single time I do, whether as an announcer, whether as a wrestler, whatever it happens to be. And I step onto sacred ground. I really feel that way. So whenever I step into the ring the next time, by the way, the story I told earlier, I ended up winning that match in Vegas. We never finished the story. Yes, had my hand raised. I am undefeated for the last 18 years or so. I can't remember losing now. So I wonder who I'm going to wrestle in Vegas in September. Maybe. Maybe a multiple heavyweight champion in mixed martial arts and in professional wrestling. That might be fun. That's all I will say. I don't know.
All right. Well, go ahead, Nathan. Did you have a question?
Yeah. So the logical question, given that you brought up Andre the Giant, how does wrestling Andre the Giant compare to wrestling a 500-pound bear?
Interesting. I've never thought about that. That's again, interesting question. I can describe wrestling Andre and see if you can figure out what the difference might be, or maybe in telling you, I will say, there we are. There's the light bulb. The first time I wrestled Andre the Giant was in a major arena. I don't remember where, but I know that the dressing rooms are on one side for the good guys. The dressing rooms are on the entire way on the other side of the arena. And this is the way it was with most places where I went. And the referee would go back and forth. So the referee got lots of exercise going from one dressing room, taking a message to the other dressing room and coming back. And this referee said, Rock, I have a message from Andre. You're wrestling him first time. I said, yeah. He says, Andre is afraid of you. I said, excuse me, what did you say? I'm not sure I heard that. He says, no, Andre's afraid of you. He said so. I said, okay, what were his exact words? And the referee thought for a moment, and he said, I believe Andre said, I'm afraid I'll kill him. I said, okay, that's a little bit different. Andre was a wonderful, wonderful man. He was a friend. I remember probably the first time I worked with him. There were a lot of times. He had me up as though he's going to do a body slam. Let me get this out of my way so I can see what's showing. So he has me up as though he's going to do a body slam. I'm wearing tights. He puts his thumb in the top of my tights. He starts pushing the tights down in the direction of my ankles. I'm looking up at him and he's laughing, he's grinning, and I'm holding on to my tights so that hopefully he won't be able to pull them off. And then at a certain time, he said, he thought, my assumption, he must have thought, that's better, that it was time. So he decided he would do the body slam. Whoa. I'm in the air and I'm thinking, I'm going to be hitting soon. I hope I'm able to get up. I'm going to be hitting soon. I'm going to be hitting soon. Ooh! Okay. That was a very long distance between 10 feet plus in the air when I came down and landed on my back, but I'm still alive. And then Andre came over and he stood on my stomach with both feet, 550 pounds, and looked down at me and just grinned. He liked me. I understood, my understanding was that if he didn't like someone, that he was not particularly nice to them in the ring. He was always wonderful with me. He always liked me. I think one of the reasons that I did so well with all of the promoters. Nick Goulas, people hated. I got along fine. Jerry Jarrett, I got along. I mean, Roy Shire, people hated Roy Shire. Hey, I got along great with him. I understood the promotion. I knew that as a wrestler, I see about this much. I see, here's the match. Here's what I am going to be doing. So the promotion sees not only that little match, but 6 months in the future, a year in the future, a year and a half in the future. So therefore, if Roy Shire says, okay, Rock, you're going to be on 4th tonight, you're going to be working with this guy, and this is what I would like. My response is, okay, he's paying me. If he wanted me to jump over the top rope with my robe and get my feet caught on the top rope, fall down, and the bell rings, and I get pinned 1, 2, 3, 3 count within the first 3.5 seconds, I know that he has something in mind that makes sense. And I'm not going to say, look, no, I should be going over and I should do this. And I want to make sure the camera's on me. See, that's all that kind of stuff is great for the time that you're not in the dressing room, the time you're in front of the fans, but it's not great in the dressing room. I don't know. So Andre, later on, I have an office. My office is still in Hollywood on Sunset in Wilcox, southwest corner. Been there for a long time. I also have my home office, which is where I am right now in Redlands. But before Andre passed away, and I worked very, very long hours in my office, and I decided it was time to go downstairs, wipe my eyes, rub my eyes a little bit, go downstairs to the coffee shop and get some coffee and see if that would help, because I had a lot of work I wanted to do that evening. When the elevator doors opened on the 7th floor, which is where my office is, I was looking at the solar plexus of someone, and I looked up, and it's Andre. And I jumped up, and he held me like a little baby. It was so great. He was there because of a film production company in the building, but he also stopped by to see me. So that was just really good. If we talk, by the way, Eddie, John, everybody, Nathan, if you guys need me over the next day or two, I have an open schedule. You let me know. If someone doesn't show up, I'll give you my phone number. No, just, yeah, and you can text me, whatever. That's 323. Oh, I can't do this. Other people are watching. Never mind. Hey, no, I can't do that. Can't do that. No, thank you very much.
And I'm just participating. I'm not involved in any way with organizing this rather momentous.
I know that, Nathan, but I didn't want to ignore you by naming 2 other people who are on the screen right now and not say anything to you. And anyway, so again, just let me know. You have contact information for me, and I can tell all sorts of different stories, do all sorts of different things, and put up all these weird backgrounds behind me, whatever you'd like for me to do. Show you things.
What are you doing to put the backgrounds? You can see I've got a pretty austere background behind me. What's the program that you're using there?
I can't tell you that. Okay. Then people
you can tell me your phone number, but of course this is the real secret.
Nathan, I'll tell you, New Japan released a bunch of really cool Zoom backgrounds. So if you want Bullet Club or Chaos or any of their factions, they're really, really cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, let's see if I could find my little reading glasses. I could do lots of things for you. How good are you, Nathan, at technology?
Well, I guess it would depend on the era. If it's analog, I'm fantastic.
Okay. I'm using a combination of a few things.
Yeah.
But the main thing that I'm using, it has a steep learning curve. I'm just learning it now. It's OBS Studio. OBS. I don't know what it stands for. obsstudio.com. Try that.
Sure.
And if you're willing to put in the time, thankfully, I've had some free time during the last 6 years. No, 6 weeks. It's only been 6 weeks, hasn't it? But I've had time to to study that. And I have a stream deck here. I'm just learning how to do that now so that I can not have to look over and get the mouse and go down and try to find out what do I want to press here. Do I want to press this blue background and do that? With the stream deck, all I have to do is just press the button. Boom, 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 boom. Has 4, 8, 32 buttons, and each one can have backgrounds to that. So just take a look at OBS. And there are a lot of other things that you can get that are a lot easier. But I don't know. I found out about OBS maybe 5 weeks ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago. And in my spare time, I've been working with it. So I have a green screen, obviously, and I have some backgrounds there. And I can do a lot of different things. I can show you my screen. I can show you a window. I can put my video face into it on the side. I can do lots of different things. And if you're willing to invest the time.
Hey, Rock, I have a question for you.
I'm afraid not.
I see that you did some work with Robin Williams, the late comedian.
Yes.
So what was that like?
It was good. I liked him. It's not like we hung around and went out drinking together or anything like that, but we worked on the first movie that I did in my career. And I've done, I don't know, a dozen feature films so far, something like that. I really don't like to do movies. I don't care. I have 2 to 3 producers in an average month ask me if I'd like to be in their film or television projects, and I really don't want to do it. I generally don't have the time. It takes too much time. It's not in my blood. You cut me, I bleed wrestling. So that's something that the entertainment industry could never match. However, back in the day when I was working out of Los Angeles, I told Leo Garibaldi, who was the booker at that time, I said, Leo, think I'll do some television and movie work. And he shook his head. He says, Rock, hundreds of guys come here. They say it. Millions of people come from all over the world. They end up starving to death. If you do that, you're going to not have no money. You're going to get skinny. I won't be able to, you'll want me to book you. And I won't be able to book you because you'll weigh like 160 pounds or something. And I said, oh, okay. And I think about 3.5 weeks later in the Olympic Auditorium, I said something to the effect, Leo, NBC TV, Thursday night, 8 o'clock. And just smiled. And he shook his head. So every time I got a film or television role, I would make it a point to let Leo Garibaldi know. And it's just because once you set your mind to do something, you do it. Otherwise, you're just fooling yourself. It's like when I was 16 years old on my 16th birthday, I said, I'm going to be a professional wrestler. I weighed 130 pounds, maybe. I was on the 138-pound wrestling weight class in wrestling and in high school, I think. 136, 138, anyway. So I weighed like 130 pounds. I decided I'm going to be a professional wrestler. People laughed at me and said, as I mentioned before, your bone structure's too small. You'll never do it. It's a pipe dream, etc. And I just smiled at those people. They didn't understand. This was not a pipe dream. This was a promise. There was no plan B. If there ever was a plan B, I would have been doing plan B, but I did not give myself a plan B. This is what I'm going to do. And I went on to become a professional wrestler and made over $250,000 a year, which is not a super amount of money, but I was very satisfied. I didn't have to be main event. In fact, I preferred not being main event. I preferred being mid-card. I loved when I lived on the beach in Pensacola, Florida. I worked out of Mobile, Alabama. Oh, I had 2 beautiful homes right on the white sand. And short trips, I preferred to wrestle mid-card, be able to shower, get dressed, and be in my car and heading away from the arena by the time the matches were over and the idiot fans were let loose, because I did my job well. That's why I was shot at twice, had the windshield shot out of my car, had people, as I said earlier, I believe I did today, people had one gentleman, a gun was taken away. His intention was to kill me. So I did my job. I loved those days when I would go into a hostile crowd and take a knife away from someone who pulled it on me. We talked, Eddie, did we not talk about that today?
I don't think we did.
Oh, okay. Well, a lot of riots would take place. A lot of people did not like me. You see, because I am the original Mr. Wonderful. I created that character. I love that person. That person is so much a part of me, and it's so up near the surface that sometimes outside of the wrestling business, it wants to come out, and I have to sort of keep it down a little bit. I'll shorten it by saying this. People ask me occasionally, in fact, Eddie, you can ask me, Rock Riddle, do you have any regrets from your decades in professional wrestling? Go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
Do you have any regrets from your decades of professional wrestling? Anything at all?
Well, actually, Eddie, that's a very good question. That's a brilliant question. And the answer is I have one regret, only one. And that regret is that I was never able to sit front row ringside and watch myself in the ring. That's what most people do. They laugh when I say that.
That's a great answer.
I'm very serious, because I created the ultimate hero or anti-hero. I said, if I could sell everything I own and buy wrestling tickets and go see the ultimate wrestler, what would that be? What would he look like? He would be blonde, bleach blonde, suntan, velvet robes. He would be a little bit from all of these major wrestlers. He would be cocky, condescending, arrogant. He would not think he's better than everyone else. He would know he's better than everyone else. So I created Mr. Wonderful. And people hated that character that I had created. I lived it a lot more than I should have. And again, it's real close to the surface. But in wrestling matches, there were riots. I chased people who pulled knives on me. I chased them into a hostile crowd, took the knife away. I generally took my finger and put it in their eye socket and hooked it behind their eye, and then looked directly at them after I'd taken the knife away. And they know at any moment I could pop that eye out. I never would. But I like to, I really felt good when I saw that their eye was a little bloodshot. But they pulled a knife on me. I don't think I would do that now. But then again, we don't have to be as concerned about that now. Ask Bob Roop the time that he was wrestling and he went out one of the outside doors and the crowd, the mob was there and he could not get back in. Tough guy that he still is, but certainly was at that point. And sometimes that gets you and it chills you. So I've got a ton of stuff to share about. That's why I'm writing the book. It's going to be well over 800 pages by the time it's finished. And that's called, what's the name of my book?
Simply Wonderful?
Simply Wonderful. Simply Wonderful.
So what is the book going to be? Is it going to be about your wrestling career, or will it be about the person outside the wrestling business?
It's both. It's about the little shy kid who never didn't feel as though he belonged, who wanted and needed attention, as many of us do, and the lengths to which I would go as a kid to get attention, and then becoming president of the Rip Hawk and Swede Hansen fan club, a fan club for the most hated professional wrestlers of their day, pretty much anywhere. I caused a riot when I was 14. I was sitting at the It was a ballpark in Burlington, North Carolina. I was sitting front row ringside, and I had a cane, a walking cane that I had brought so that Rip Hawk, if he wanted it, could take it and use it against those good guys. I did that. I told Rip when I saw him, I said, I got a cane if you need it. He did like that. And then at one point he says, where's that cane? And I was proudly holding it out for him. He took it. He beat the people with it. A riot started. The police came to me and they said, we are escorting you out of here for your own safety. I said, wow, 14-year-old kid started a riot. That was great. So that's, I guess, the beginning of the time when I started getting the attention of which I was so deprived I felt in my childhood. There will be things in the book. It's a brutally honest autobiography. I'm a very private person, and the book is revealing basically everything. You look at me, I never get down. My philosophy, my truth is every day above ground is a good day. So how could I ever be down about anything? Oh, you're in lockdown for 6 weeks. I said, yeah, but I'm alive. The worst day of my life was a great day because I'm above ground. And I'm grateful every day that I'm here. And every day is an opportunity to make a difference and to influence people, to change people's lives, not to interfere in their lives. But if they want insight, fine. And people would say, well, yeah, you don't know what it's like to be depressed, Rock. You don't know what it's like. You never stayed up all night on the phone talking to suicide prevention. Really? Yeah, I did. I said, tell me why I should not. My whole world is gone. It wasn't my whole world. It was a female. But to me, and see, this is how I can, talking with other people, and in fact, somebody might be watching right now, and tell me I don't understand. Here I am. Here's the description. I'm in a rocket ship, like the space shuttle. I take off from planet Earth, and this thing is going to circle the planet, and I'm one of the first civilians who's paid a couple $100,000 for this opportunity. And I'm looking back at this beautiful planet as it explodes. My whole world is gone. Helps when you do it dramatically. So my whole world is gone. Why should I invest any more time? Why don't I just slice my wrist right now? I have no world. And that's the way some people feel when a relationship ends and they don't understand. It ain't a big deal. It's only a big deal then. This person I loved so long got hit by a car and is dead. Yeah. That's no reason for you to be dead also. Because if you could see in the future, if you could see your own future, 5 years from that point, 5 years from now, you look back and you'll say, oh, thank goodness I didn't put that gun in my mouth. Thank goodness I didn't run my car over that bridge. Because, wow, I never would have met, I never would have had my son, my daughter. I never would have experienced all these wonderful things. So it's now, if I ever, I haven't gotten depressed for years, but even years ago when I would be, oops, hitting the microphone, and I would be feeling bad, feeling down, feeling sorry for myself. It would last for, sometimes if I'm really indulgent, 10 or 15 minutes. I'd walk by some place that has a mirror, look in the mirror and say, is that enough time? You got it out of your system now. Okay, let's move on. So that's a philosophy. This is a period of time with the lockdown, so to speak, where a lot of people are having a really difficult time with this. And that's okay. Perception is reality. It's also a fantastic opportunity. It's a great opportunity to finish that book. I would not have finished my book by September had this not happened. I would have continued saying, well, I got to get to that book. I've got to finish that book. I've got to put those other chapters in. It's a great opportunity. You were Nathan, you were talking about the software. It's a great opportunity to learn software. It's a great opportunity as a private pilot. I haven't flown for a few years. It's a great opportunity to catch up online with King Schools. For example, we can learn everything online. How about utilizing this time to learn a foreign language? And for many people, that foreign language would be English. I remember when English was the official language, and now it's something else. I have to learn that. I have to be able to, yeah, you're laughing. I have to be so careful. We used to be able to do jokes. I would be in my office. I would take a piece of paper, crunch it up like this, and whoop, like that toward the wastebasket and miss. And then when I missed, I would say, just point to this. Hey, you got it. I said, I can't jump either. So I make myself the butt of jokes since now everybody is so super sensitive. I was doing a seminar in the entertainment industry, and I was telling this story. I was talking about sexual harassment within the entertainment industry and other places. And I said, ladies, so if someone is hitting on you, here's what you do. You say, thank you, I'm flattered, and I'm in a committed relationship, even if that committed relationship is only with you. And then I continued by saying, well, I guess I said ladies, but, you know, it could be guys hitting guys, women hitting, I mean, all sorts. They say it's the entertainment industry after all. I never had any gay guy find me attractive. And then one of the actresses says, well, Rock, I guess that makes it unanimous. So I don't have a problem being the butt of jokes. And again, it's like, what's the online dating service? Has an E in it.
Oh, eHarmony?
eHarmony, yes. Several years ago, eHarmony, I got some sort of probably spam email, and they said, take this questionnaire. It's very detailed. It will take you some time to take it. We're not going to charge you anything, but we will evaluate you and show you how precise we are with us being able to show you exactly what your qualities are. And then we could, of course, if you wanted, we could match. So I did this questionnaire, and it came back and it said, really wonderful things. You have a high IQ. You have a great sense of humor. You have a great understanding and a wisdom and blah, 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 whatever it is. And I said, these guys are brilliant. Now it said, yes, the software, the program, came back and said, for no charge, just for fun, would you like to see who we would match, who we have online or in our program who would match all of these criteria? I said, well, just for the fun of it, sure. It said, would you like people only in your city, within 100 miles of you, in your state, in your country, or in the entire world? And I said, in the entire world. It came back and it said, please increase your search parameters. So that's not true, but it's like putting myself at the butt of a joke. Oh my gosh, look who, they'll let anybody in here.
How's it going, Greg?
Hey, Greg. I know everybody but Ed here, so that's good. Nice to see y'all.
Thanks for joining us. We can hear you fine too, which is great.
Then it works. Thankfully, my son's still up. He was able to set everything up. So
yeah, fantastic, Greg. Well, it works though. Thanks for joining us. Okay, as I was saying.
Yeah, great. Okay, I just want to make sure Rock could still keep talking. Okay. Did you promote my video at least, Rock?
Absolutely. What video?
The video I made of you.
Oh,
with you and Ada.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
you don't even remember.
Oh, I do remember.
Must be tough getting old, Rock.
I don't know. Is it? July 12, 1973. When were you born?
A couple years before that.
CAC last year. Did I not? Am I still not young enough to steal the show?
If that's what you want to call it, sure.
Okay, fine. Not my opinion. It's other people's opinion. I don't know.
I usually just drink through the shows, so I can't really tell you much.
You drank through
It's
the show?
usually Nathan's fault. Or it was last year.
Last year, absolutely. Kept you occupied. Hey, Rock, I have a question for you. You mentioned the Olympic Auditorium.
Yes.
And, you know, I go back and I watch television shows from the early 80s, and the Olympic is in there so much. It was on an episode of The Fall Guys. You know, that, you know, LaBelle's had that tie to the movie business. Did you work at all for Mike LaBelle, or before that for Cal Eaton? I'm kind of wondering some of your memories of them.
Yeah, I worked for Mike LaBelle, and that's why his brother Gene changed the spelling of his last name, because he didn't want to associate with his brother. Do you know that? No?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Okay. Gene LaBelle is great. I've got great Gene LaBelle stories. Okay, but what do you want to know? Yeah, I worked for them.
Yeah, so you worked for Mike LaBelle. Did you ever work for Louis Miller, or I was thinking Hugh Nichols? Maybe that was a bit before your time. There's so little that you hear about Hugh Nichols. I think he promoted the Hollywood Legion stadium shows, but you know, you just can't come across a lot on him and his involvement in the wrestling business. I mean, he goes way back to the 20s. He was trained by Clarence Eklund. He went out and he trained in Clarence Eklund's ranch out in Wyoming way back in the 1920s. And he had a career as a welterweight. But then he promoted, and I think he died by suicide, unfortunately.
Oh,
unfortunate. If you remember anything about him from that?
No, I don't even know the name, quite honestly. I'm sorry. You said Louis Miller, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him. He was running some of the smaller cities in which I worked, as far as I remember. Yeah, but it was fun. I'll give you a short story if you'd like. If everyone's bored. No, am I bored?
Yeah.
Okay. I was in the Olympic Auditorium. We were doing live television. Oh my goodness. Who was the booker? Leo Garibaldi. Leo Garibaldi came up to me and he says, "Rock, we got this guy. His working name is Java Rook, and he's like this Arab guy, and he's really good in the ring, but he can't talk on the microphone. We want you to manage him." And I said, "No, thank you." They said, "Rock, main event money." I said, "Leo, you have 4 policemen for the entire Olympic Auditorium. 2 stay up at the snack bar. The other 2 are totally afraid of the fans. And you want me to sit there in a suit with my back to a hostile crowd with an Arab who's going to be beating up like Chavo Guerrero and me interfering, and my life is worth a lot more than that. I don't want to do it." He says, "Rock, we're going to go live. We need someone to manage. We need someone to talk for Java Rook." Johnny Rods, in case anyone doesn't know, out of New York. And I said, I'm really not interested, Leo. I like being like mid-card. Put me on first. I don't care. Let me get out of here before the idiots, before the crazy fans let other people fight with them. So I said, I'll talk to you before that segment comes up. I went to the dressing room where Roddy Piper was. Roddy had just come in. I do so miss Roddy. His death hit me harder than my own father's death. I mean, I did not know. I was just totally lost when I didn't know what to do. Well, we can go over that, but it was very, very difficult. Anyway, Roddy Piper had just come in. I believe he had come in from Oregon. He had a young kid. Had wrestled with him a few times, worked with him. I thought he was good at what he did. He listened, etc. So I had this idea. I said, "Roddy, They just asked me to manage this Java Root guy and talk for him on TV today. And Roddy says, congratulations. I said, no, I turned them down. He says, my gosh, Rock, that's the main event. I'd do anything to be in that position. I said, really? Because I'm going to suggest you. And she says, oh, thank you. Please don't thank me. I said, Roddy, the first time that you get stabbed, I want you to know it's not me. It's your decision. And he says, yeah, I want to, if you can get me, I would love it. I went back to Leo and I said, Roddy Piper can do it. He can do the managing. Leo said, Rock, do it for us. Do it for us one time. Then we can switch. No, there's no such thing as one time. When you do it one time, you've done it for, you're set forever. It's like, just do the mafia this one favor. And then they'll never want to talk to you again. You'll be out. No, that doesn't. Hello.
Mr. Rock. Yes. How you doing, brother?
I am doing fantastically well.
And Eddie,
all right, I'm just in the middle of a story. I'll make it quick.
I'm listening. Keep going.
I'm going to bed now, guys. See ya.
All right, Greg.
Get out of here, Greg. I ain't following you tomorrow.
You're not following me. Okay.
Good to see you, Greg. God, I thought he'd never leave. Okay.
Please, Mr. Riddle, continue.
Ah, yes. So I said, Leo, Roddy can do it. And Leo said, okay, sit down. Sat me down. He says, I want you to go in. If this is the way it's going to be, I want you to go in there. I want you to tell Roddy what to say. I want you to coach him. I want you to work with him. Can you imagine, as brilliant as he became, as much of a natural as he was, that Leo Garibaldi is saying, Rock, go tell him what to say. So I did. And I said, Roddy, here's the thing. You're going to talk about, here's an idea. You want to get this guy over. You want to talk about him, his father, the Arab prince. This was during one of the oil embargo things. And you're going to say about how he really, the prince, or the sheik, his father, the sheik really appreciates you, Mr. Announcer, talk to the announcer, about how you have embraced his wonderful son, Java Rook, and how you've had Java Rook over to dinner with your family. And he wants to show his appreciation, and he wants to show his appreciation to the fans and to the people in the United States. He has sent you, it's en route right now, he has sent you a gift, Mr. Announcer, and that is a barrel of Arabian oil. And it comes with a message for the American people, and that is, it's the last barrel of Arabian oil you're ever going to see. I said, something like that. Roddy was brilliant. That's when the career started. And a couple of months later, he got stabbed in the Olympic auditorium. And he never thanked me. I told him not to. Never did. I talked with him and saw him, of course, many times after that. But as at the beginning, when he tried to say thank you, I told him, don't do that. First time you get stabbed. You know. But do you know how he got stabbed?
How did he get stabbed?
Anybody interested? Okay. This is my understanding. It's something like Cinco de Mayo. Roddy is there with this great, enormous sombrero, which he gave to me, and I have in storage. I'm going to pull it out of storage and put it on the wall and make it into something that a position of honor where it should be. He brought his bagpipes, of course, and he was introduced that he was going to show his appreciation for the equivalent of the Mexican Independence Day, whatever it was, event. He was going to play the Mexican national anthem. And that since there was a great Hispanic crowd, that they might want to stand up when he does that. He played La Cucaracha on his bagpipes. Translate means the cockroach. And that's I was not there, but that's my understanding is that's the night he got stabbed.
I was going to ask you if you were there for that night.
I was not there.
Great. Okay.
Roddy and I had a mutual admiration society going with, okay, let me think of his name. Thank you very much. You're too kind. Latka. Thank you very much. Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman. I watched Andy Kaufman. I thought he was brilliant. And he watched me in doing my promos and things in wrestling. So Roddy Piper was our mutual friend. And Roddy would say, Andy Kaufman says he really likes your work. I said, tell Andy I said he's a comic genius. And people, only really bright people can see that, but he is a genius. So we had this going back and forth, and we were going to, whenever our schedules met or allowed, we were going to sit down and have lunch or dinner together, the three of us, and that never happened. So that's one thing. As I look back, I said, I missed that not happening. I would never change anything in my life. Here's some philosophy. And again, going back to the book, that's how this all came up. With the horror that I've seen in my life, the loss I've experienced, the sadness, the suicide awareness thing, suicide prevention one night, and combined with all of the joy and the happiness and the wonderment, everything that has happened in my life. A professional friend of mine, when I was going through some weird stuff, she said, you have endured the tortures of the damned. I said, whoa, I knew it was bad, but that sounds really bad. If I'm not sure I could go back and do it over again and survive it. I think I could now because I have so much more knowledge and wisdom, hopefully. But if I could go back and do it over, I would not change anything at all. Because I wake up in the morning now, I look in the mirror, and I like the person I see. That person could not exist had I not experienced everything that I experienced. And when I tell people this, some of them actually get it. The things of which you are ashamed, you say, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. I wish I could take that back. I wish I could, etc. And every time they play it in that motion picture theater in their mind, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it weighs more and more and more down on them. And then once they understand, hey, all the mistakes you made were not mistakes. All the horror that you felt, all of these things had to happen so that you could be the person you are right now. And if you don't love the person you are now, change. Look in the mirror. Fall in love with that person. Be the president of your own fan club. Be your own hero. I am.
Very good. Well spoken, Rock.
Why, thank you very much, sir.
And I was there for your last match with the beautiful Matt Stryker, a beautiful human being. Last year at Cauliflower Alley.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Matt Stryker, in my estimation, is the consummate professional wrestler. Absolutely. I've known him for a long time. I was so happy and honored to be able to work with him. And there was another victory. So who else can say, I wrestled Matt Stryker and beat him in the middle of the ring? You guys who did not see it, do you want to know what happened? We started.
I was there.
I was there. No, go. Leave us alone, right?
It was definitely one of the most memorable moments, at least of the wrestling portion of the weekend last year. So that was Jason Presley and I in the back of the room was like, oh my gosh, Rock is bleeding everywhere.
Oh.
And he wore that bandage like a champ all week. So
yeah. Then I went back to my doctor, and you still see it right there. Yeah. I'm going to go back once this craziness is over, have it recut open, put back together. So, but I'm proud of my scars, but we have to take care of that one. It got messed up a little bit. Anyway, that was pretty much a double swerve, and I talked a little bit about it before, but I was scheduled to wrestle B. Brian Blair, had a contract, a beautiful contract my attorney and I had put together, legally binding contract under the auspices of the state of Nevada, Athletic Commission. In that contract, it said that if either combatant is deemed unable to wrestle by a physician of merit, a physician of note, who has on his or her official stationery puts it in writing that you're not able to compete for medical reasons. If that should happen with either of you, that person, that combatant, can name a substitute. So B. Brian Blair named a substitute. And when he named a substitute, I said, yeah. Of course, I called him a coward. I said, you coward. And he came at me. And afterward, I said, I got to you, didn't I? And he says, either that or I'm a damn good worker. I said, or a combination. But when he took the microphone and the announcer read the doctor, tell me if I'm getting this, if I'm wrong on any of this. This is my recollection. The referee or the announcer read the doctor's note with the name of the doctor, even read in there the paragraph how you can switch if this is fulfilled, this portion of the contract. So he says, Rock Riddle, here's your opponent. And I hear the school bell. It's like, uh-oh. It's Matt Stryker's music. So as I turned pale and Matt Stryker came out, then I was almost out of the ring, but I went back and I went over to him and I said, I can't wrestle you. You're my hero. I'm a fan. You're a consummate professional. I have too much respect for you. I can't do this. So then I took the microphone. This is called a double swerve, I think. So I took the microphone and I said, now, knowing that B. Brian Blair is a politician and politicians very seldom come anywhere near truth. How's that for being nice?
Beautiful.
Knowing that this jerk would potentially wimp out, guess what? I have someone who is going to take my place. And then I announced, and the amazing, the incredible Anthony Idol, 6'3", 6'4", comes out, big muscular guy. Gosh, he must go 270 and very little fat on that man. He came out, he's going to wrestle. And then they let me know that, Rock, as I've left the ring, I'm still at ringside, but I'm there. I'm going to watch my guy destroy Matt Stryker. And then it was announced. Was it something I said, John? Just go away. Fine. You won't hear the story. You don't need to hear it. He's taking his earphones off. He doesn't even like this. Now we're going to make fun of him when he comes back. Did you hear all of that, John? Wait, watch when he puts them back in. And so that was the story, and that was fantastically amazing. It's too bad John missed it.
I was just taking a moment to reach back and grab a copy of this off the shelf.
Oh, beautiful! Thank you.
So,
I love it.
I'm
Rock, I didn't have to hear it. I lived it last year. But
wait,
you know,
I'm going to finish it for the other people anyway. So Anthony Idol comes out, and then the announcer, I think it was, said, or maybe a commissioner, Rock, this is fine. We'll have these two men wrestle, but we need to see your doctor's note. The letter from your doctor saying that you're not medically cleared to wrestle. Of course, I had none. And if you don't have that, Rock Riddle, then it's you and Matt Stryker. So got to wrestle Matt Stryker. First 7 seconds, a knee or something caught me and opened it up here. We were doing a crisscross, if I remember correctly, threw me into the ropes, hitting the ropes, and like midway across, I grabbed my chest and fell down to my knees. Right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Referee's doing this. I was told by a gentleman at in the dressing room that he said he personally knew 6 people who called 911. So here I am having a heart attack in the ring. Finally, and Stryker's looking, everybody's looking around for help, and the Stryker's looking and the referee are both looking in the same way, and that's the way opposite of me. So I made a miraculous recovery and scooted over and did a low shot and pinned him 1, 2, 3. Yeah, baby. Anyway, that's my story.
Bravo, Rock.
Bravo. Thank you. Yeah, I'm so proud. I got that on videotape. I had 3 people there who were with 4K cameras who captured it for me.
And I did see that doctor's certificate that Brian Blair produced.
Did you see?
By Dr. Doolittle. Yes, I saw that.
No.
Oh,
it was a genuine. It was actually from an actual doctor, and the contract was done very legally. And I deliberately, after all that trouble of putting that contract together, I deliberately left one so fans could find it.
Beautiful.
And they said, they have a real contract. Yeah. Because see, I totally believe it's real. I totally believe the business is real. And that's why people who watch me generally believe it's real. If the people in the ring believe it's real, everybody else will believe it's real. Because it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you, gentlemen. And
you just got here.
Well, Rock, when you leave, we're going to have to say.
Oh, Eddie, you do the honors. You've earned it, man.
in unison, just before you press the button so I can hear it, in unison, you say, I thought he'd never leave.
You got it. Thanks, Rock.
Gentlemen, thank you. And again, Eddie, let me know if you guys need me over the next day or two. Give me as much notice as possible. I'll join you.
Okay, great.
Good to see you, Rock.
Everybody ready? I have to leave these in so I can hear you.
All right. I thought he'd
never leave.
Bad timing.
I thought he'd never leave. Click.
There we go. Hey, speaking of real, Nikita, I do have to tell you, this is a wonderful. We were talking. Yep, there we go. This is a wonderful labor of love, and a really great. If folks are interested in knowing about what the WWF was before the takeover in the 1970s, it's a great story. It's your story, but it's also the story of that promotion. And I know, I hope a lot of people will tune in tomorrow and listen to you to kind of share and about your passion for that project and everything. So just want to congratulate you on that one.
Thank you, sir. And the wonderful Scott Teal, he labored over that too.
2:30 tomorrow.
Yes, 2:30.
Yep.
We'll be talking about when it was real. So
yes.
That's exciting.
You guys were lucky to have Rock Riddle. What a guy! What a guy!
Real stories.
Yeah.
You don't
know. He was a last minute ad. He actually messaged me last night. He's like, "Have you got a spot for me somewhere?" And he's like, "Well, we got a half hour here." So and Scott Teal actually messaged me a little while ago. I was like, "I thought I was watching COVID Cod. I'm tuned into the Rock Riddle show." But I'll tell you guys, I work. I'm around a lot of indie wrestlers and stuff, and there were several of them that I messaged. I said, "You guys got to tune in. You got to watch this guy." And there's so much you can learn from this guy and everything. So I always enjoy listening to his stories, and and especially first time I met him, I got him talking about Chuck Barris and the Gong Show, just because I loved watching that when I was a kid. And, to know that he knew Chuck Barris and hung around that crowd was pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool to have those stories. I mean, obviously, you guys are the wrestling historians, so having being able to do the research and writing the books. So, I mean, what made you guys want to? I'm assuming you guys were all wrestling fans before you got into doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say just about everybody is, without a doubt, whether they admit it or not. That's how you get the passion, because you grew up with it and you love it, and then you get lucky enough to do it. It's like, wow, you won the lottery.
Well, the thing for me is, I mean, for me, wrestling biographies or autobiographies for me was always my favorite types of books to read, because it's literally the only profession where you live this character 24 hours a day, and no one ever, at least 20 years ago, 30 years ago, no one ever really got to know who the real person was, and which I always found fascinating by the books. And I'll tell you, all the authors that write them, I mean, tip my cap to them, because they do a tremendous job of, bringing that person to life and being able to see who the real person is behind them. Because, obviously, when you're a kid, these guys are, bigger than life to you, and to see them be real human beings is really something special.
Absolutely. And in a lot of cases, I found through the years, the guys that were the louses and the real heels, they were beautiful people. They took good care of you. And everybody, they were nice. They couldn't be to the fans, obviously, but years later, like a Nikolai Volkov, my God, he was just a beautiful human being. He's the guy give you the shirt, pants, everything off his back if you needed it, no problem. Give you his shoes, everything.
I mean, is it surprising for you guys, when you are, writing the books that you write, and you're able to meet these people, what they're like away from their persona?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, for me, it's a bit different because I look at an earlier period. I really look at I've written things about sort of 60s, 70s, but 99% of my focus is before the mid 1930s, really from the 1880s through the 1920s. So I don't get that chance to speak to the people. What's really valuable, though, and what I find rewarding is when I have their family members, maybe grandkids or great grandkids, approach me. And that's happened a few times. People, like I look a lot at wrestling in Western Canada, and I've had a few cases where the people who built that sport during the period before there were automobiles, before there were roads, was a completely different sport, even in terms of the infrastructure of how you get around. And having their family members approach me, and once in a while too, they have scrapbooks, which are amazing to come across. And then, John, you had talking about scrapbooks. We talked a little bit about that at CAC last year, and occasionally people have scrapbooks, and scrapbooks. I don't know if wrestlers, Nikki, you could probably speak to that more. If wrestlers, even in the 70s, if they kept scrapbooks, but they certainly did 100 years ago. And a lot of times, but some people kept their scrapbooks.
No, not many that I knew of. And I knew Nikolai very intimately.
Yeah.
And he had nothing. In fact, I used to make tapes, VHS tapes for a lot of these guys. Didn't sell them, anybody from WWE out there. I just gave them copies of their work. But they always appreciated it and loved it because they never had anything, and they wanted to. They always gave the explanation, never had time, always busy trying to find work or keep up with work. And then when I wasn't working, had to spend time with the family. So it was like they didn't have the time.
Yeah, like some people like Vance Nevada, who really pioneered wrestling research in Western Canada a couple decades ago. He started to put together some of the career records for wrestlers from Canada and quite a few others. And I know he would, I guess, give them to people, and because that kind of became their record. The fact that people who were fans or historians started to put together these record books, and I guess that became the equivalent. And I suppose that means that other people have put together their scrapbook, so to speak. And I'm not sure who else has done those types of things, because a lot of these records are online now, so people want to look themselves up. I guess they can. But there was a lot of work that was done in the late 90s to put together these career scrapbooks. Steve Yo is another one who's done enormous. Anybody who does wrestling history research and they look at the earlier periods, before the 1970s or so, they'll know Steve. And Steve put together massive folders of people's careers, and they're huge. John, you've probably seen them as well. These things are almost
so his some of the stuff that he had posted online, and Tim Hornbaker, they posted a lot of results from Louisville in the 40s. They kind of got me going on my first book. So yeah, absolutely, I leaned heavily on those guys in the beginning.
Yeah, and I walked into Nevada as well, and he started we used to circulate CDs. So Vance would put together CDs, and he would kind of make copies, and he'd send them to a bunch of people. And that was kind of how, before a lot of this stuff was online, it would circulate through CDs. I used to share clippings all the time with Mark Hewitt. I consider Mark Hewitt to be one of my mentors, and he's a guy who looks at the same period as me. You know, the early 20th century, late 19th century, and we just used to mail clippings back and forth. Used to do it with J. Michael Kenyon too, Don Luce a little bit, and that's kind of how it worked. It was just sort of this mail system where people just mail stuff back and forth, and that's how it was done.
So Nathan, what drew you to that period?
Well, I think what drew me to it is the fact that I kind of come from a submission wrestling background, and I kind of got interested in that period because of the style of wrestling that was prominent at that point in time. It was basically submission wrestling. You win matches by pinfalls or submissions and things like that. So I was interested in the technical end of that, and because I was interested in the technical end of that, I started to kind of seek out some of that knowledge. You know, looking at old books, trying to seek out guys who are still around. There weren't many. Guys like Carl Gotch and Billy Wicks, who was big in Memphis, and folks like that, and kind of trying to seek out their knowledge. And then I just started to pick up books, and I started to learn. This would be in the late 90s. Like when I started university in 1997, and I went to the library, and I just started picking out all the books that they had on wrestling. And even if you had a book on amateur wrestling or something like that, usually the first few pages would be, some pages on the history of wrestling, and they kind of had some certain obligatory stories of George Hackenschmidt and Carl or Frank Gotch and folks like that. They kind of tell the same type of story, but that started to get me interested in that era of wrestling. So I kind of came into it from the technical end of things, but then I just got immersed in the history. Yeah.
John, how about you? Where did you grow up?
So I was born in Miami and kind of lived there, in South Carolina for a couple of years, and back to Miami for elementary school. And that was the era of kind of the rock and wrestling and everything was when I was down there. And I kind of got into it because Mr. T and Cyndi Lauper, that's how I kind of got in with the WWF. And it's funny, I moved to Houston for a couple of years and watched WWF on and off. Moved up here to Louisville, Kentucky area that would have been fall of '88. This was kind of the dying years of Memphis, but never ever watched Saturday morning Memphis wrestling or never went to Louisville Gardens. What hooked me was every afternoon ESPN was running World Class Championship Wrestling, some old tapes from Dallas. So I was watching the Von Erichs and the Freebirds and the Simpson Brothers and the Dingo Warrior, Percival Pringle III. And that's the stuff that really, really hooked me. So that is kind of how I got into it and kind of watched it off and on over a number of years. And then actually about the age of 25, I just gotten out of a relationship with a girl who hated wrestling. So of course I went back to watching it immediately. My first pay-per-view I ever bought was No Way Out 2001, which is the 3 Stages of Hell with Steve Austin and Triple H. And I mean, I've been watching it ever since. And what got me into the history of it was I had a friend move in with me for a couple of months who brought his entire wrestling library. And that's when I read Have a Nice Day, the Mick Foley book, and Bobby Heenan's book, and Foley is Good, and a bunch of others. And I really kind of took an interest in the history side. And then it was another several years later when I was kind of in between creative writing projects and stuff that I'm at lunch with my wife one day, and I said, I think I'm going to write a book about the history of wrestling in Louisville. Nobody's ever done it. To my surprise, she said, go for it. So, and she's regretted it ever since, but it's been a lot of fun, and I've gotten to dive into the ancient history, and say ancient, but I mean, I love researching that 19th century stuff, and put out a collection of short stories based on some of those characters. And when I did my first Louisville book, I did 1880 all the way up through the present, and then went back and did another deep dive from 1935 to 1957 in another book, and done some historical biographies, and then gotten to work with, it always amazes me, somebody comes along and, I got an email out of the blue when I was on vacation with my family, and, it was Dr. Bob Bryla, who used to be on the board with the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, said, would you be interested in writing a book about Dr. D. David Schultz? And I had to Google it real quick, and I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely I would. So, and it's you try to take it all in stride, but there are moments when you're you know, you're standing at a convention, and, you know, like this past fall, I was at a show with Hurricane JJ McGuire, and we're walking around, and, you know, here's Demolition, here's Brutus Beefcake, and here's Greg Valentine, and, you know, I'm like, Honky Tonk Man's over here. I'm like, this is my Saturday morning when I was a kid watching Superstars. It's all, and the one thing that really stood out to me at that show too is, you know, like I say, I love the indies and I love hanging around with those guys, but, you know, the size differential between wrestlers now and wrestlers then, those guys are still monsters, you know, and they're so big and they're so larger than life. And, you know, Demolition's got their makeup on and Honky Tonk Man's got the hair, and it gives you goosebumps sometimes being around it. And,
I call it true fiction because, like with Nikolai, he was a real life Herman Munster. I mean, he could do all that shit Herman Munster you would see do, and it was like, I'm looking at it, but I don't believe it, you know. And he really could crush apples. They weren't gimmick or anything.
Yeah.
I used to sit there. I'm like, how the hell do you do this? He said, "Give to me," whoosh, and that would be it. Like, wow, unbelievable.
Now, Nakia, where did you grow up, and who were you? You know, the first people that you started watching?
Baltimore was where my hometown was, and the very first match I ever saw was Professor Tanaka destroying a jobber on television. But favorites were the Chief, Jay Strongbow, Bruno, and Tony Garea. Those kind of guys. We, you know, supported the good guys always. Yeah. But the heels, we love to hate. They did a good job. You know, they brought that out of us. And believe me, I was one. And I told Greg Valentine one time, I said, when you broke Chief's leg, I was one of the son of a bitches that was throwing the bolts at you and the bottles and everything else. He said it in his Hall of Fame speech. Breaking Strongbow's leg was the best and worst thing of my career. He said, it zoomed me up there in New York. But, man, to fight my way in and out of those arenas every night was pure hell. Because we believed. That was it.
Yeah. I remember being 7 years old, and my dad going to New Haven Coliseum to go buy tickets, and it was like during the day, and Randy Savage was outside, and I like ran back into the car because I was so afraid of him, you know, because he was a bad guy at the time. And that's just so funny back then, you know. Like now, obviously that wouldn't happen, but it's just funny, you know, that they were able to.
You talk about that. Now, with me, it was George the Animal Steel, and all he had to do was look in a direction, and the whole section would clear out, climbing over each other. Get the hell out of there, because here he comes. He played it really good one night. We had an old lady named Mrs. Georgette Krieger. She was no part of the show. She was legitimate. And she took her shoe off one night, went up behind him and started slapping him in the back of the head. He turned around and, hey! He took the shoe and he ripped it up with his teeth and threw it in the air, and then he looked back and we all ran. But then she went around all night with her shoe showing everybody how the animal chewed it up with his teeth. That was wild.
So do you remember when he did the arm dislocation angle?
Yes. I told him about that. Rick Bolton, he knew that kid. And that's why he brought him in. This was 1981. It was his second run with Backlund. So he said, look, I got a guy that can dislocate his shoulder. Let's do the fly. He didn't know shit about wrestling. He said, but just go in there. I'll murder you. And at the right time, I'll give you the flying hammer lock. You dislocate the shoulder. Oh, it was just beautiful. I mean, we were like, oh, my God. Look what he did to this guy. You know, it was like beautiful. Box office gold. Boing.
Mm. One of my favorites is the stories I get from, you know, like when I was working on the first book and my coworkers would find out. And one day, one of the outside sales reps is in the office, and he's like, so what are you writing about? It's like pro wrestling in Louisville. It's like, you know, my mother used to go on Tuesday night shows. Like, as a matter of fact, she cut a guy with a nail file one night. So I don't remember the name of the wrestler, but apparently she gave a guy a swipe with a nail file when he was going by it. So, and one of my favorites was the Dean Hill. It was the OVW announcer for years and years, and he kind of got his start as a security guard. Working at Louisville Gardens, you know, and was talking about what a rough environment that was. But he said that they had noticed sometime in the mid-'70s that in the roughest neighborhood in Louisville, domestic calls dropped every Tuesday night from about 7 o'clock until 11 o'clock. Like a significant drop. And then they finally realized, oh, yeah, they're all at the Louisville Gardens watching wrestling tonight.
The greatest catharsis known to man. Yes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Oh, yeah. It's wild.
I think it's incredible, you know, growing up during at least I grew up during the tail end of the territory period. So when I meet people my age and older, we all experienced wrestling. We all watched wrestling, but we all got a different flavor of it. And so we've got different stories that we can bring, and you can learn from one another in a different way than the sort of more monolithic wrestling culture that you have right now. Like, speaking of, like, Dave Schultz, I grew up in Western Canada. So I grew up in Saskatchewan, and Dave Schultz was a big star with Stampede Wrestling. And he had a run in the early 80s, and then Stampede went off the air, then it came back on, and he came back. It might have been about 86. It was certainly after the Stossel incident. I remember he came back. I was going to ask him about that, but he's a pretty intense guy. And he's at Cauliflower Alley last year. But it was unbelievable, the influence that he had on me. I remember he cut a promo. He came in. Before he came back, he gave this promo, and it was about March. I remember it was March because I had this fort I lived on a farm, and had this old chicken coop converted into a fort. And I remember I was clearing the snow off, and I had all this enthusiasm to clear the snow off of this roof, when I was 8 years old or whatever. And it was because I had been energized by Dave Schultz and his promo. And it lasted all day because he came in as a good guy, but he just had this energy to him, this ability and this charisma that was absolutely incredible. And as John, you might have noted on Facebook, I made a couple comments. Deal, like what you see in the promos is the guy that you see in real life. He has that level of intensity. I suspect he fears nobody. And he's absolutely straight up in the way that he deals with people. It was quite the experience to at least be not a short distance away from a guy who was absolutely one of my boyhood heroes.
Yeah, I was watching Dark Side of the Ring the other day, and they were showing the clips of him, at home with his wife and his kids and bossing around and everything. And my wife was like, "It's not actually his wife." Was like, "Oh, absolutely not." He's like, he told me, he's like, "That's an actress, and I wouldn't dare talk to Peggy that way."
So Nathan, you growing up in Canada, would you root for the Canadian wrestlers, or would you, even if they were bad guys? I mean, how does that work?
Not really, because in Stampede they didn't have a huge number of Canadian wrestlers. It was a territory the guys came in and out of, and I don't think it paid a lot because they didn't have big venues. They'd run Calgary, Edmonton, and then they had Regina, they had Saskatoon on their circuit, and then some other smaller spot shows. But you don't have 5,000-6,000 people being attending programs. That's just the way it was. So, and the distances were huge. It might have been, in terms of geography, one of the largest traveling territories. I'm not absolutely sure about that, but it would be awfully close. And it was.
David said the drives were extremely long, and he said that the just to beat the boredom that's why the ribs were so severe. There it was just all about beating the boredom and getting a rise out of somebody because you're driving hundreds of miles and you're freezing your tail off in that car.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that the geography between those cities it's flat. There's no trees, and the highways travel straight. So it's kind of like if you've ever been to Nebraska or you've been to Iowa, it's really similar terrain to that. You can imagine driving around those areas, really, really boring, really, really cold, because the weather actually gets to, it'll get to at least back then, it's warmed up a little bit, it seems, but it'll get to minus 40 on the thermometer. That's not wind chill. With the wind chill, minus 45, maybe even minus 50. So it's incredibly difficult conditions. And, if you go off the road, and I understand that the main driver for Stampede during that time was Wayne Hart. And apparently he was very, very good on the wheel. But if you go off the road, and apparently the van that they used to travel on wasn't the best, but, conceivably under those conditions, it's not like in Tennessee where if you drive off the road, it's kind of, if it's December, it's uncomfortable. If you drive off the road, there might not be another car for a while, and you're risking your life just from the weather alone. It's an entirely different environment in that territory.
A flat tire could be fatal. Yes.
Yeah.
In that environment.
Yeah. They used to come to the smaller towns, and sometimes you're looking at little, maybe hockey arenas, but they'd be traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles for a show that had maybe a couple 300 people for it, probably the size of an indie show now. But at the same time, though, these guys, because we had 2 channels in that entire region, there was 2 channels because nobody had cable or anything like that. So people like Owen Hart, Bad News Al, and Dave Schultz, these guys were our heroes when we were kids because there's no other show in town. We had a CBC. That's where out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. That's where Stampede Wrestling was broadcast out of. And then there was a weaker signal out of Saskatoon in that area, which was CTV. So there were 2 stations, and that's all anybody had. And Saturday afternoon, you had Stampede Wrestling. And so everybody knew Stampede. There was no cable, and those were our superheroes in the 80s.
Very good.
So, John, I know I don't get a chance to interview you this weekend, but I do have a question. How does the David Schultz how does that biography come about?
Like I said, that was an email I got. Bob Bryla actually, has been a friend of his and had wanted him to write a book for a number of years, and he had read Bluegrass Brawlers, and he reached out to me, asked if I'd be interested, and then talked to David about it. And it was we talked on the phone a couple of times, and after a few months, we ended up. My family and I drove down to Tennessee. We stopped in a hotel for a night. He came up and met me, and we talked for a couple hours face to face, and what I discovered, it was very obvious he had checked me. And he was a bounty hunter. He knows how to investigate, but he had checked me out, and and everything. And I didn't know to what extent he had checked me out until several months into the process of working on things. It was the second time he brought me an armload of boxes, and that was one of the coolest things about working with him was I'd get boxes of legal depositions and photos and programs. And like I said, I held the legal depositions not only from the Stossel trial, but the one involving Rita Marie Chatterton and Geraldo Rivera that came along later that he got drug into. But he gave me a poster, which is actually up on my wall here, from where he made an appearance at the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame in New York. And the date was October 7th, 2006, which is my wedding date.
Nope.
And when I told him, they said, yeah, this is kind of a coincidence. This is my wedding day. He's like, yeah, I know. So, I had never told him when my anniversary was or any of that, but he had definitely done some snooping. But no, it was a thing of Bob connected us, and Dave's not a guy who gives us trust, but once he does, you've got a friend for life. I mean, he's a really good friend, and I mean, anybody who's trained with him and traveled with him or anything like that, we'll tell you that that there's nothing he won't do for you, and we stay good friends and chat and text every now and then, still today. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Now, how long was that process for you?
It was a little bit over a year. We December of 2016, I think we met for the first time, and we had the book out by February, I think, of 2018. About a little bit more than a year.
I did want to talk with him last year at CAC, but I noticed, everybody was just at him all the time, and it's like I think just give him some space because he's probably aggravated. He's a nice guy and all that, but you get your fill after a while. So I never really got a chance to sit down with him and thank him for standing up for the sport the way he did. So
I'll pass it along for you.
Represented that well, John.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's probably going to wrap it up for tonight. Definitely looking forward to talking to. So I think I have Nikita tomorrow. I have you, Nathan. What time are you on?
Either 3 or 3:30.
Okay.
I'm 2:30.
All right, so
I think you're after me, Nathan. Yeah. Oh boy, I gotta follow Scott Keel. I gotta follow. Never mind. Too many. Les Maidman. Oh man, Oliver. Oh yeah. Jeez.
I got the late shift. I got to keep everybody awake leading into midnight. So.
We might have to squeeze Rock in too.
Yeah, he'll find a way. If he gets that link, he'll find a way.
All right, guys. Well, listen, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun tonight. I know we had some technical difficulties, but I thought it was really, really cool. I appreciate you guys sharing some stories with me, and definitely for the fans as well.
And thank you. This is beautiful.
Yes, Eddie, thanks for all your work tonight, man. It's been great.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.